And I'm sorry about that, fellas. Looks like we had a little bit of a crash there in R Factor. Thank goodness I wasn't in the race. That could have been disastrous for my team, and I probably would have spent the rest of the day pulling my hair out. But we're back. R Factor is back up and running. A little bit of a crash, and I apologize for that. We just saw a great battle between Ian Mills, Vile Repo, and Dave Jordan that eventually narrowed itself down to Vile Repo trying to hold off your pole setter and early leader, Ian Mills. Mills was able to get around him, though, and has a bit of a gap maybe on... let me get out of this onboard. Sorry about that. Let's go back up to Ian Mills. Ian Mills looks like he's got a gap now over Vile Repo. We also saw an earlier battle in the P2 class for P3 overall in that class between Ennis Dowdy, Matt Strand, and Chuck Penfield, and that was a great battle. And Dennis eventually got around Strand, but Strand and Penfield are still here chasing Dowdy. So this is still a real race going on between these guys for position. So they're all just right here getting in each other's way, and I'm getting a report from Pit Road. It looks like the number 10 Desafio Virtual has DNF'd, and definitely some tough luck for that team. Sorry to hear about that. We've definitely had some attrition going on. Unfortunately, that is one of the evils of R Factor. They gave us the ability to do endurance racing, and it works for the most part. Can be very frustrating at times, but we see Doughty there. Everybody locking him up. He's using a pick there with the Corvette. Strand looks like he's going to get through. I'm not sure about Penfield. Doughty definitely looking to make some room between these guys. These three guys have been hounding each other for about the last 10 laps or so, and it's definitely an exciting battle. They want this final podium position for the LMP2 class. Looks like Dowdy's getting the better of it just a little bit. Here comes your your early leader and pole setter, Ian Mills, up through this class. He's definitely going to help Dowdy get a little bit more of a gap between Penfield and Strand as they have to slow up just a little bit, getting past in the corners, and that gives Dowdy just a little bit more of a gap. But Strand and Penfield hanging on. It's been a while, but we're going to take a look now at your GT leader. I believe Stephen Bailey. Let me look at timing and scoring here. Bailey has pitted. He still has an extensive lead over your next GT car of Kenneth Holifier. And we're receiving word from the race stewards, Red Weasel. Wow, say that 8 times in a row really fast. Red Weasel Racing. There, I said it. Is gotten a drive-through for speeding in pit lane. Boyle will have to pit here and receive a stop and go for speeding down pit road. And you see Brent's passing Bailey here. Ian Mills is coming up behind him. Brent's, of course, we haven't had too much of a look at him today. He dropped down the field early on, I think as low as 4th place in class after setting the LMP2 pole, but quickly worked his way back up to the front and has been leading the P2 class most of the race. And as we take a look back up You see Stephen Bailey with a huge lead over everybody else in the GT class. Let's take a look back from Penfield's point of view. This battle between himself and Strand, and Ennis Doughty is getting away from this battle just a little bit. It seems like Strand and Penfield keep catching the traffic all wrong. Strand got a little bit of a luck there, getting by Bailey. Where Penfield didn't. Penfield's going to have to work himself back up. If Penfield could get a good run on Strand around the banking, then he might have a chance at a pass. But we've seen that happen earlier with Strand. Strand able to hold off Ennis Doughty for a good 2 or 3 laps. Doughty rather, getting a good run on Strand. Strand with a huge lock up there. That's going to give Penfield a chance. If Penfield can just get maybe another couple of car lengths closer to Strand, and Strand again with some lockup. They're really pushing each other now. Strand trying to stay in front of Penfield. Penfield trying to get up there and get some of that draft. Ennis Doughty, as we can see now, is getting away from these guys. They're duking it out, and Doughty's getting all the breaks in traffic. Of course, we know how that works, though. It's a long race. The breaks are going to come your way, and then they're going to go the other guy's way, and then they're going to come your way, and they're going to go the other guy's way, and it just creates this huge accordion effect, not only from lap to lap, from sector to sector, but also over the course of stints. Sometimes you might be 10 seconds behind somebody for one stint, and then get a good run of through the traffic, and then next thing you know, you're only 3 seconds back, and you got a shot at actually catching up to them and maybe making a move at some point. So that's the beauty of multi-class endurance racing. We're 8 hours at Daytona, and this is the ILMS ELR race. And as I look through timing and scoring for some good battles on track, it looks like actually the Strand Penfield is about your closest battle. We've got another one here between Caranci and Paolo Tavolini. Let's look at some GT battles here. Actually, they're going right through here, right next to Ennis Doughty there. Let's see. There's Tavolini. I see Strand and Penfield. Where is I believe it's Caranci that's just right in front of him. I think I did say ELR, Nick. I meant to say Earl. But, hey, nobody's perfect, right? You get what you pay for. Which is nothing. So, anyway, let's see. We got Paolo Tavolini, I think. Caranci's not too far in front of him. Let's go up and let's see where Caranci's at. No, I was wrong. Caranci is in the battle with Hollifier, it looks like. Hollifier just in front of Caranci. They actually got quite a big gap on Paolo Tavolini. So, we got Caranci here being passed by your pole setter and early leader Ian Mills. Of course, we still have Eduardo Prado up leading the LMP1 class, I believe. Let me look. Yes, Prado is still up in front. Mills trying to work his way back to back up to the lead, but right now we've got a real battle between Kenneth Hollifier and Ed Caranci. I hope I'm saying those names correct. We've got Hollifier with Northern Lights Racing in the GT40, Caranci with Cobras Racing in the Ferrari F30. So they've got some traffic to deal with. Kenneth with just about maybe a second gap on Caranci. Caranci is definitely within striking distance, though, especially given the fact that the drafting and all the traffic coming into play. I mean, it's, we had about maybe 2 or 3 laps of clean racing, folks, and after that it's been nothing but traffic. And I tell you what, that can be real exciting. That's what makes multi-class racing so exciting, but it can also be real frustrating at the same time. Caranci trying to get up there with Hollifier. They're just both of them getting swamped and hounded with some of this faster LMP traffic from both the LMP classes, and it's just almost constant, getting very few moments through the course of a lap where they're actually have a clean track in front and behind them where they can actually put the hammer down and make some really good clean sections. And once again, you saw about maybe 5 or 6 seconds there along the banking where they had a moment to themselves, and now all of a sudden here comes Dave Jordan I believe Dave Jordan still in third place. Let me check. No, Dave Jordan in fourth place in your LMP1 class. So once again, you see Crunchy real close now, though. Crunchy, you see that ebb and flow that we're talking about all race long. Crunchy definitely getting the better of that situation with Dave Jordan coming through, him and Holofeuer, and Kenneth definitely locking him up there, looking to get through the corners and out of the corners as quickly as possible. Does not want to let that Ferrari get close enough to get a sniff under the wing there. But Karanchi got turn 7 better, it looks like. Here comes Kevin Brents. Brents is going to go through. Karanchi just eking up a little closer to Kenneth Holofeuer of Northern Lights. And this battle is definitely shaping up to be something exciting here, probably within the next couple of laps. Whoa, big little stutter there for me. I don't know if anybody else saw that. I hope not. But we're currently on board with Kenneth Holofeuer. I hope I'm saying that right. And Ed Caranci is right behind him. Ed in the Ferrari, Kenneth in the GT40. Caranci definitely got the better of traffic that lap, though, and is almost within striking distance. And if he can just maintain this distance and catch just one more little break, you see a little bit of lock up there from Kenneth Holofeuer, a little bit, well, and then there goes Caranci. I was going to say Caranci, I think Caranci actually spun him up on the gas trying to get up there. He just needs to sit right here and wait until they get to the banking. If he can just stay under the wing, he should be able to take him into turn 1 pretty easily if he times it right. So now we've got Ennis Doughty, I believe, in P2 in the LMP, P3 in the LMP2 class. Coming through and holds up Holofeuer just a little bit, running in real deep there, trying to force his way through on the brakes. That actually is going to cost Kenneth Holofeuer, and that's definitely going to set up a run here for Ed Caranci as he comes through turn 7, heading onto the banking. They're both locking him up on the brakes. Caranci getting a really good drive, though. Kenneth Holofeuer, I'm sure these guys will both have tire wear. They got traffic all around them. They're not really getting any clean sections of the lap where they're not getting hounded by traffic passing them, so it's really tough. You see Strand's going to come through now. Here comes Strand. I'm not sure. Strand looks like he's going to have to back off before the chicane, and he's in a battle himself with Penfield, who's right behind that. Oh, gets the smoke screen from Caranci on the brakes. Caranci trying to get through there. Penfield closing right up on Strand, so we got a battle between Strand and Penfield. Penfield looks like he's getting a really good run. Sorry as I stumble all over my words there. Let's go up to... Let's take a look at that, and because we got actually Strand, they actually looks like Caranci did not get as good a drive through there, but Strand getting all kinds of pressure there from Chuck Penfield. Penfield getting a really good run on Strand, but once again Strand able to hold him off into turn 1, and this is your battle for P4 in the LMP2 class. This is your actual closest battle on track. Penfield making a move there. I believe that's turn 3, and Strand tries to hold on to it on the outside, runs it a bit wide. Looks like he got a better drive there than Penfield did. Penfield making a really great move on Strand, but Strand making just an equally great move to hold him off. Both these guys locking up. They got traffic coming up behind them in the form of Montero. Montero's trying to be patient, but he doesn't want to get held up by these two, but he also doesn't want to take any of these guys out, because not only would that just make you feel like a complete ass, but it would definitely bring some reprimands from the stewards. So Montero trying to be patient, Penfield trying to get a run on Strand, and it looks like Strand got just a little bit of a gap there. I'm not sure what's going on here into the chicane. Montero looks like he's wanting to get through on Penfield. Strand just blows the chicane, though. Penfield got a great run. They're running side by side. He's on the inside now of Strand as they head around the banking. Strand might be better off just dropping back right behind Penfield and getting a run on him into turn 1. I'm trying to look at time and scoring while I'm following all this stuff. It's hard. I've got them on 2 separate screens here. And Penfield, now they're coming up on traffic. Strand's going to use Rockenshoe, I'm sorry, as a as a bit of a block there. Great move from Strand. Penfield tried to get back around, but he's got the inside coming into 3 here. Montero's right there as well. These guys are just, they're almost 3 abreast. Through the corner. We saw this the lap before. Strand got a bit better drive, and now here comes Montero's going to try to get around Penfield now. Penfield's going to make it stick in front of Strand now. Here comes Montero. These guys are duking it out, and I'm trying to figure out where Montero is in this mix. Montero actually is in a P2 car. For some reason, I was thinking he was P1, but he's actually a few places down. Oh, and they get into each other. Strand locking him up on the braking. I think he dropped a wheel into the grass there. That's going to let Penfield get away for the time being. Montero goes through, probably on the fresher tires is maybe why he was hounding these 2 guys in front of him. He was trying to unlap himself, get back in front of these guys. Strand locking him up on the brakes, gets into the side of Penfield. That's not going to help either one of their arrows. That's going to affect Strand's front damper. Penfield's going to have a big dent in the side of his car. That's going to hurt both of these guys as far as the aero. And now you see Strand struggling through the chicane. So he's either having A, tire troubles, or B, aero issues, and probably both given the side of that final turn coming onto the banking. And you see Penfield there locking him up. He wants to get back around Montero because he wants to put Montero between himself and Strand if at all possible. Montero obviously on better rubber, looking really smooth through the turns. Strand is all kinds of struggling now after that incident in turn 7. So I'm thinking the satellite crew may be looking to pit here pretty soon. But Penfield is getting away, wants to get in front of Montero. If he can put a gap between himself and Strand, then he may get away from Strand for good. But Penfield looking to do that here. But Montero looking so smooth at the moment. And as we go up the field just a little bit in the P2 class, we see now Kevin Brents has caught up to Ennis Dowdy. I'm not sure if it's through pit rotation or what have you, maybe a moment here or there throughout the race. It is a long event, and Kevin Brents now has caught Ennis Doughty for the second position and third position. These guys are battling for P2 in the LMP2 class. Jimmy Allison still out front through the pit rotation. We see Doughty has pitted twice, Allison once, Kevin Brents once. So somehow the big cheese, Jimmy Allison, has managed to stay in front of all these guys through the pit rotation, and that's not really what we expected given the speed of Kevin Brents. But great job for that crew and Jimmy Allison staying in front of these guys here. Dowdy is starting to come under some real pressure from Kevin Brents, though. Brents running a little wide there. That's not going to help his cause. But Dowdy, hoping to hold these guys off. If Brents can get a good couple laps in here, though, I imagine this battle's going to shape up real nice in about 2 to 3 laps, as it looks like Dowdy might have about a second or a second and a half over Kevin Brents. And I'm getting reports from pit road that Brents was actually in front of Dowdy. Had some issues in the second sector. Dowdy actually passed Brents for that position. And Brents, now that I'm looking at timing and scoring, the gap is actually increasing. So Brents may have some aero damage, cannot keep the pace here. I'm not sure how far he is from his pit window, but he's definitely going to probably need to take some repairs there. We see all kinds of lockup, though. I think that was Dowdy locking him up into turn 1. Boyle coming out of the pits, and but Dowdy is getting away a little bit from Kevin Brents, having taken over that second position. Fortunately, we got a good crew in the pits. helping out with this, giving me all this good information about what's actually going on, so that way I'm not just talking out of my butt all the time, which, quite frankly, is probably about the only thing I'm good at. And now we go back to this battle for the GT. This is the final podium battle in the GT class. Kenneth Holifier currently holding on to the second position. Ed Caranci currently in P2, but he does not want the bronze. Caranci doesn't. He's thinking silver. And I don't know if anybody's going to be able to touch Stephen Bailey for the top rung, but Caranci definitely wanting to get in front of Holifier. You see him locking up, and Caranci really spinning up the wheels on acceleration, trying to get a good run on that Ford. All the while, we got traffic coming through. That's Ville Repo coming through. Caranci getting a lot of smoke there on the brakes and the gas. Ville Repo currently on the last podium spot for the P1 class, but Caranci has been following Kenneth Holifier just about the entire time. These guys have been battling back and forth. You've seen them deal with all kinds of traffic throughout the course of this battle, and just every time somebody gets a run on one of the other ones, then here comes a whole gang of traffic coming through that just totally throws it out the window, bunches these guys back up or separates them again. And it's just been a struggle the entire race for both of these guys, but they're running really good pace. They're obviously running a very smart race as far as letting the traffic through. They've managed to stay out of trouble, and this battle continues. And we're getting word from pit road. Apparently there was an incident between the satellite car of Strand and the Red Weasel Racing. There, I can say it. I just got to take my time. Don't get too excited. Just remain calm. The Red Weasel Racing Spider of Susan Boyle, we're being told. I'm not sure if it was when we saw her coming out of the pits. Strand has been struggling after an incident with Penfield earlier, so I'm not sure exactly when the incident occurred. It looks like he was trying to overtake Boyle and made some contact, so I'm not sure if that was before or after his other incident, but I imagine we'll probably see Strand having to pit here for repairs before too long. And now you see him coming through some more traffic. Wow, that was really close there with Soderberg. So Strand definitely trying to make up some ground for the lost time that he had earlier. You see him spinning it up there on the acceleration. And let's go back now and check with our battle between Kenneth Holifier and Ed Caranci for P2 and 3 in the GT class. And Kenneth Holifier taking an interesting line there around the start-finish line, taking the high side there, trying to keep Caranci out of his draft. Caranci really close now, though, and it looks like they've actually got maybe a couple of corners here of clean racing that they might be able to do. I don't know if they've had that many corners in a row for the last 10 laps, but Legnini is coming up behind him, but he may not catch him until the final corner. And it looks like Holifier holding off on Caranci. Caranci's still sitting there, they're each locking up into the corner entry. They're both locking up the brakes, trying to push each other, trying to stay steady. But I got to wonder what that's doing for the tire wear. You see the smoke coming out of Caranci's Ferrari there on the brakes. And then sometimes on the gas even, he's trying to get a good drive. If he can just get up maybe another car length or two closer to Holifier, he might be able to get a good sniff up under that wing and make friends like the neighbor's dog as he goes blowing by Hollifuer into turn one. Of course, that dream may never come true. He's been sitting here just nearly the whole race, but traffic comes along, and now we see Malik Lund coming along, and we see Legnini coming through, and these guys are going to disrupt the airflow around this banking, and he's trying to tuck in behind Hollifuer here, but just can't quite get close enough to catch any good air. And you see them flashing their lights, trying to let the traffic through, trying to be smart about it. Legnini having to go around the outside, though. Hollifuer knowing that Karanci's close, not wanting to give anything up. Getting word from timing and scoring now that we've got maybe another battle shaping up in the LMP1 class. It appears that Ian Mills is only about 20 seconds behind your race leader now, Eduardo Prado. So Mills definitely working his way back up to the front. Of course, Mills was the pole setter. Led early on, had some moments, had to do a stop and go. There's been all kinds of stuff going on, and I apologize if I don't remember correctly. But Mills has been in second position now for probably the last 20, maybe 30 laps, working his way steadily back up to the front. He's within about 20 seconds. Looks like of Eduardo Prado. But oh wait, now I think Mills is now in the pits again. Yes, Mills is in the pits. And so that time that he caught up to Prado, we're gonna have to see how it plays out with the pit rotation. But Mills definitely working his way back up front. We've had some really good battles, pretty much all race long, between about second and third or fourth position in both the P1 class. Both the P2 class and the GT class. They're all just going back and forth, and it's been very interesting as we take a look here at Mills exiting the pits now. You can see the sun is setting. It's getting dark out there as well. That's gonna totally change the ball game, folks, because if it gets dark enough to where all you can see is headlights, you don't know who's behind you. And it's real disconcerting as those lights flash in your mirrors and across your face, reflecting off your visor. It can be really tough. So these guys definitely will have to remain focused and keep their concentration levels high. And as we take another look at Matt Willoughby, currently in 9th position in the GT class, but definitely being hounded somewhat by Eddie Layton. Layton had closed within a second, but now as traffic goes through, and Willoughby locking him up here. Willoughby eking it out a little bit better through the traffic, looks like, over Layton. So these guys were starting to close in. They've got traffic coming through. There's Hollifier also in his battle with Karanchi. So we got a little bit of a lockup or wheel spin there from Willoughby, trying to get a good drive. That may help Layton out as they go around the faster section up around the banking, but we got all kinds of traffic through. I see Dave Jordan coming through, Erickson coming through, Dowdy coming through, everybody and their dogs coming through, and right when they get to the chicane, that's definitely not what you want. And Willoughby's just going to play it smart here. He's going to follow Hollifier through there, but he loses a little bit of ground to Layton. So Layton closing way up now. Layton almost in position to get a draft. These guys are both in Corvettes, though, and they're going to be pretty close in performance as well. You see Willoughby turning his lights on. It's getting a little bit dark out there through some of the sectors of the track. He wants to see where he's going, make sure he's hitting his lines correctly, but doesn't look like... Oh, and Willoughby's coming into the pits. He's flashing his lights, letting everybody know he's pitting, and smart choice there. He's going to pit. That's going to give the spot to Layton. I'm getting some requests in the broadcast booth to show some of the other drivers. We will definitely try to get to that here shortly. I'm going to take just a really quick break. And also Spanish. Unfortunately, this Paco is what's commonly referred to, at least in these parts, just south of Austin, Texas, as a coconut, i.e., I got some brown on the outside, but unfortunately not on the inside too much. So I never learned Spanish. My parents should be slapped and then maybe kicked in the groin or something. I'll be back shortly. All right, had to grab a quick snack there. We see Eric Teskey with Acme Racing in the Vantage, currently down in 11th in the GT field, but chasing Chris Hudson, and you see Jimmy Allison there. Warner's coming through. Jordan's coming through. Eric trying to work his way back up. Looks like there is about a 20-something second gap between him and Hudson, and then it looks like he's got about 20 seconds on Willoughby. So, Eric Teskey with a problem there, breaking it. I didn't see what happened. I was looking at timing and scoring. I turned around just a little bit. I'm not sure if he got punted or what happened, but I'm getting word from Pit Road that we have a battle for the lead, and this is Eduardo Prado in front. You see Matt Strand there as well. All kinds of guys coming through, locking up into turn one. I'm not sure where Hendrick is. Let's get a look at him real quick. Hendrick coming out of the, or into the pits rather, I guess. So it looks like unfortunately, we missed that battle for the lead. I apologize, but Mills is definitely still closing in on Prado. Let me look at timing and scoring real quick. Looks like Mills is now about 14 seconds arrears of Eduardo Prado, trying to work his way back up to that top spot in the P1 class. And I apologize to Teskey and his crew. I was looking at timing and scoring right when that issue happened in turn one. I didn't see it, so not sure what happened there. Uh, but we definitely have had some good battles throughout this race. If you're just now joining us, we had a great scrap earlier in P1 between Jordan and Mills and Repo. And then we had a great scrap in P2 between Ennis Doughty and Matt Strand and Chuck Penfield, as well as the GT scraps we've had that have been ebbing and flowing, but going on much of the race between JQ Tammy and Thomas Bea, and then Matt Willoughby and Eddie Layton following him. We've also had a good battle between Karanchi and Hollifier, so we got some good battles going on throughout the course of this race. And let me apologize to you guys ahead of time. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna take a bit of a break. I'm gonna keep an eye on timing and scoring, and keep switching cars. But I'm gonna turn the mic off for a little bit while I eat, and then if I see a close battle going on, then I will start chatting again. But we'll see you guys shortly. I'm gonna leave it on. Let's see what the closest battle we got right now. Appears to be the battle between Hollifier and Karanchi yet again. Great battle continuing all race long. Oh, and it looks like Karanchi just passed Hollifier. Looks like they're coming out of the pits. So Karanchi's going to take that position. Let me see where Hollifier is at. Hollifier is still in the pits. I'm not sure what happened, what's going on, but Karanchi comes out with a huge advantage over Kenneth Hollifier. He was about 5 seconds, and it's a driver swap for the Northern Light crew. So that's why Karanchi comes out. We got a driver swap to Jimmy Halverson. And we can see here Michael Bernberg closing in on Eddie Layton there through some of the traffic. Bernberg with one of the Northern Lights teams. Of course, the other one that we've been watching, Halafure, and battling with Karanchi the whole time. Now taken over by Jimmy Halverson, the other Northern Light crew. But Bernberg here chasing down Eddie Layton of Lost Wrench Racing. Bernberg in the GT40, Eddie Layton in a C6R. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins the horsepower battle here. But Bernberg is definitely taking it into the corners. Layton there getting just a little bit wrong heading into the corner entry. Of course, they got traffic coming up all around them. That's what makes it so tough for these GT drivers. We saw it earlier as we were watching Karanchi follow Halafure the whole time, and just the ebb and flow as the traffic comes through. You get very few turns that are actually clean without somebody either passing you or you coming up on somebody, into the turn. So these GT guys definitely have their work cut out for them. But Layton and Bernberg in the battle. But Bernberg takes it to Layton, makes the move, gets through on the traffic, and Layton's now going to have his work cut out for him trying to get back up here in front of this GT40. Alright guys, we saw earlier Montero taking it to Werner there with Satellite Racing, getting by him, and looks like he's driving pretty steady. We had a little bit of a battle for the lead early on, or there for momentarily before Barry Hendrick had to pit with Eduardo Prado, but Ian Mills continues to just eke his way back to the front, only about 8 seconds back now. Prado been running steady. I'm not sure who's going to take over for him. Getting the bat into some little bit of traffic there is Prado, but Prado's been running steady the whole time. Ian Mills steadily working his way back to the front though, and the gap now is only about 8.5 seconds. About 10 laps, or not even 10 laps ago, it was about 20 seconds, and it's just ever so steadily just getting less and less and less. I imagine in another 15-20 laps or so, we're going to have us a real battle on our hands for the lead in the P1 class. And we see Strand in the pits. He was in front of Ennis Dowdy. Dowdy has gone on to pass Strand for P2 in the P2 class. Strand and Dowdy and Penfield all in a huge battle earlier on in the race, and with the traffic and with the pit rotations, those battles have stretched out, as has most of them now. Oh, and it looks like we have a driver change. It looks like it's going to be Mike Smolczewski in the driver's seat for Satellite, so that's going to drop them back a little bit more with the time it takes to change drivers. Alrighty, sorry about that. Little company coming in. People want to talk, so we're back to the racing. Once again, this is the ILMS ERL race at Daytona, 8 hours. We started about 2 o'clock. If we started on time, which means we've got about another 6 hours left, because this race isn't scheduled to finish till about 10 o'clock. I can't actually see the in time, the game in time, so we'll definitely see if we can't get some word on how much time is left in the actual race here in a little while. We've had some good battles going on throughout. Everybody is pretty spread out now. I'm getting word that Ville Repo is starting to maybe gain a little bit on Dave Jordan. The two Deuces cars maybe starting to looking to battle it out here. I'm not sure where they're at as far as each other's pit rotation, but the gap maybe 3 or 4 laps ago was about 2.5 seconds. It is now just over 1 second. So Ville Repo starting to close in a little bit on Dave Jordan, and that is for your final podium position. In the LMP1 class, somebody was definitely off to the side of the road into turn 1 there, and that's definitely not where you want to be. So but Ville starting to close in a little bit on Dave Jordan. Dave Jordan trying to hold off his counterpart here. Let's see, what else do we have? Timing and scoring. Like I said, everybody is pretty spread out. We had us a great battle between Ed Caranci and I believe it's Kenneth Hollefeuer early on in the race. That was your P2 and P3 in the GT class. Jimmy Halverson has now taken over for Hollefeuer and is about 20 seconds back of Ed Caranci. But Caranci, the Cobras Racing has not done their driver swap yet, so they're going to lose some time back to that. We'll try to keep an eye on that gap. I think when they came out, I believe Halverson was about 22 seconds behind Caranci, so he may be closing that gap a little bit. Caranci was behind Hollefeuer early on, pretty close. Most of the laps were probably within half a second, so hopefully that battle will pick up again when we see those driver swaps and all that pit rotation finalized. And once again, if you're just joining us, Ian Mills, the pole sitter in the LMP1 class, fell back early on. They had to do a stop and go. They had some other issues going on. Prado has led most of this race, but Ian Mills is closing back in on him. The gap now within 5 seconds, so we're probably just about 8 or 10 laps maybe away from having us a really good, well, maybe 15 laps away from having us a really good battle for P1. It will be interesting to see if Prado can hold off Mills when they get back together. But the battle now is between teammates. David Jordan in the Deuces Motorsports R10 leading the way over Ville Repo in P4 in the P1 class, also in an R10 for Deuces Motorsports. So these guys are going to want bragging rights as to who can take the top spot. However, they're not going to be willing to take themselves out. So I imagine if it becomes apparent that Ville is just a lot stronger than Jordan, they may go ahead and let each other by. I'm not sure how hard they will fight. The gap about 10 laps ago was probably about 2.5 seconds. The gap now is probably under half a second. So Ville Repo has definitely been able to close in on his counterpart, Dave Jordan. Dave Jordan is right there. If I know Dave, he may fight him a little bit. Even though they are teammates. And we got a spin right in front of him. That is Bernberg. Oh, no. And Repo definitely zigged when he should have zagged. That's going to give Dave Jordan at least another 10, 15 laps just by himself, as Ville Repo is going to lose all kinds of time due to that spin that happened just in front of him. He went to the left. Thought maybe he could sneak around, but the car just kind of, once it started backing up, he couldn't get away from it. Bernberg loosened it a little bit there. I'm not sure if he lost it on the brakes or on the gas, but trying to stay out of these guys' ways, it just didn't pan out, and that's an unfortunate break for Ville Repo. I'm sure Dave Jordan is okay with it though, as he's got a little bit of a reprieve there and won't have to fight off his teammate for maybe a whole nother stint. And now we take a look at Ian Mills, currently P2, your pole setter in the LMP1 class. He's been steadily reeling in Eduardo Prado. The gap now down to 3 seconds. Even less than that. Let's take a look at Prado. Prado may be in some trouble. He's got some tire troubles or something, because now I'm seeing the gap at 2 seconds. So Prado getting hung up. That's Smolczewski in the satellite car. Prado getting hung up a little bit with traffic and loses all kinds of time to Ian Mills. Mills now under 2 seconds away. You can see Mills, the tag there on the screen, and coming in also behind Smolczewski. Smolczewski's going to swing wide, let Mills through. That's definitely not going to help Prado, but Mills is definitely going to be licking his chops now if he can just get within about maybe 5 or 6 car lengths from Prado. He can get some of that air and maybe swing around him up through the banking. Mills has been pretty much the cream of the crop today in the P1 class. Prado's done an outstanding job, though, of running the car steady, taking advantage whenever he could, and keeping that car out in front. But I think the inevitable here is that Ian Mills will be up with Prado and challenging for the lead probably before the end of the next lap. If not, here into turn 1, it's going to traffic's going to play a big part. You see Salvo swinging to the high end of the track there, trying to get out of the way. Now he's going to tuck in behind Prado. Mills is going to catch some of this air too. There's about 3 or 4 of them there in front of Mills. All that air is going to get disrupted and allow Mills' car to benefit from kind of the clean air there. But unfortunately, Prado got the better of the traffic. You see Salvo pulling off to the side. Prado trying to use some of that traffic as a pick. It didn't work, though. The traffic is being a little too kind, letting everybody through, and so Mills just continues to make steady gains on Eduardo Prado, and he didn't gain that much that time, so maybe some of that traffic did play into Prado's hand, but you can see the cars together now. Prado, now they're coming up on some more traffic. This is going to definitely affect the chase even more. These are GT cars, though. That's Ed Caranci in front of Prado. Prado's going to just blow right by him. Mills is going to blow right by him. These GT cars and these P1 cars, the speed discrepancy down the straightaways is so great. It's really more along the lines when you get a P1 and a P2 mid-corner that can create some real havoc. But you see Prado running steady for the time being, managing to hang on with a little gap over Mills. And Mills' progress seems to have suddenly hit a little bit of a stutter step. It's kind of halted. He's not. Two, 3 laps ago, the gap was 3 seconds, and then all of a sudden it was under 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden he was just right on him. And now it looks like Prado may have been saving something in the tank, knowing that he was going to have to duke it out with Ian Mills. So Prado's definitely making really good use of the traffic here, and Mills' progress has stalled. Mills is still about, time in scoring shows about 1.5 seconds, and it's probably been there for about 2 laps now. So while Mills was making leaps and bounds just a few laps ago, now all of a sudden Prado has come to life and said, hey, maybe I need to push this pedal on the right a little bit more, and he's really getting through the traffic really well. But now we see Mills getting through some of the traffic as they head into turn 7 here, and he may be closing that gap just a little bit more. Prado got the last couple of laps really well through the traffic, but now Mills closing back down. Well, he closed it back down to almost within a second. Now it's back up to 1.7 again. So definitely a lot of ebb and flow. It's that whole accordion effect. The GT guys have to deal with it a lot. Really everybody. The P1s have to deal with it. The P2s have to get it from both sides, really. And it really can make some of the racing interesting. Sometimes it can split the cars up a little too much, though, and we get periods where maybe we don't have anybody close enough to really to call some action on. But this battle for the lead, the LMP1 lead between Eduardo Prado and Ian Mills, is starting to heat up. And, of course, Barry Hendrick in P4, Eduardo Prado lapping Barry Hendrick there. But Hendrick's going to want to tag along as much as he can because he wants to get back around these guys and work his way up to Repo, or maybe even Mills or Prado himself. So he's definitely going to want to try to hang on to Prado, but he has to give way. And now Ian Mills is through. And it looks like these guys got a little bit of clean track now. At least maybe up into the bus stop. I'm trying to see. Well, no, there's Werner up in front. They're gonna. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. I think Prado's gonna get by him pretty easy. He may hold up Mills through the chicane a little bit. So if Prado can play this just right, let's see if he can get up close enough to outbrake him into the chicane. Yeah, he gets a little bit of a flash from Werner. Mills has to back off. So Eduardo Prado definitely making good use there. But of course, Ian Mills is gonna use Werner a little bit, exiting and up onto the banking, get a little slingshot around him. He's not going to be close enough to tackle Prado this time, though. And we're just under 6 hours left in the race. The whole time most of the whole time, Prado has been in the front with Nexus Racing in the Judd. Early pole setter Ian Mills, early leader and pole setter Ian Mills with Formula Racing, having to drop back due to some penalties early on, and been chasing his way back up to the front the entire time. Really been doing an outstanding job of chasing down this lead, but I've got to wonder now what kind of shape his tire's in. The last 3 to 4 laps, the gap has stayed steadily between about 1 to 1.5 seconds, and so either Prado's been saving it for this time, or Mills has just run his tires off, chasing Prado down. You see all the traffic that these guys are going through, trying to catch up to each other or trying to keep each other back. And Prado's been making really good use of the traffic, such as that move there. Oh, that might have he might have pushed it a little too much there to lose a little bit of time. Here comes Mills. Mills is going to get a run now. with the help of Miller, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. But Prado might have pushed it just a little too much that time, and that allows Mills to close up to within a second again. So we've seen it ebb and flow. It's been about a second. It's been about a second and a half here and there, and the traffic has a lot to do with that whole accordion effect. And but I still have to wonder how are the tires on Mills's car, and how are the tires on Prado's car. I think he's been saving it a little bit for now, but he's been making sure he's getting through that traffic really well the last couple of laps. And he may be using his tires a little bit more than he's wanted to the last couple of laps as well. So it's going to be interesting, though, now, because the gap is about half a second. You see Mills closing in on the brakes. Prado running it just a little bit wide. Might be watching his mirrors a little too much. And now they got Brownhall coming up in front of him into turn 7. Mills is not going to make a move here. Prado's going to go around. Hall runs wide. But Mills is definitely within striking distance now. I don't know if he's going to be able to get him before the chicane, but he's definitely going to be able to get a good sniff. Oh, and you see Mills duck to the left there, showing his nose to Prado, making him thinking about it as he head to the chicane, trying to force Prado into a mistake. Prado goes through there flawlessly, though, doesn't give anything up. Mills trying to get a good run here, though, now as they head up to the start-finish straightaway, down out of the final turn. Along the banking here at Daytona, and you see Mills pull alongside. He's on the outside. Prado's going to protect the inside. Mills goes nowhere when he jumps out of that air, though. He definitely was getting a good run in the arrow, but as soon as he stepped out of there, it was like he threw out a parachute or something, and he just stopped. And Prado's able to hang on to it. We've seen this all day long with Strand and Penfield. We've seen it with Hollefleur and Caranci in the GT class. A lot of these guys, they're all running such low aero. You can get a really good run on your opponent, but if you don't get the timing right, as soon as you step out of it, you're just going backwards. You're just stuck there. So Mills is definitely going to have to try to evaluate what's the good timing to get it on the banking, and Prado is definitely trying to hold him off. Prado, pretty much here at Daytona, though, if you're in front, you're pretty much a sitting duck, though. It's all about the other guy getting the timing right, and Mills looked like maybe he spun him up there. That's going to give Prado a bit of a reprieve. He's going to have maybe a couple more laps to hold off Mills, because Mills maybe he did wear those tires out. Maybe he just couldn't quite get the drive, or maybe it's just a one-time incident out of that turn, but he definitely spun him up, lost some ground to Prado, but now Prado's going to get hung up in the chicane by Woodbury. No fault of Woodbury's, but that Corvette just cannot get through the corners like those P1 cars, and now Mills is right back on his butt again. And this is the battle we've been waiting for all race long, for the lead in LMP1, and I don't see Mills. I think Mills is in the pits. So maybe his different strategy. They did have that stop and go. It looks like Repo is in the pits as well. That's going to move Hendricks back up to P2, at least momentarily. There he goes through turn 1. He's going to be in front of Mills and Prado now, I believe. Yeah, there's Mills and Repo. Barry Hendrick, actually, he's still behind Mills. Looks like he's a lap behind Mills, so he only jumped a spot to Ville Repo now, Barry Hendrick. But Prado is good to go for now. Hopefully he can put in a good few laps before his pit rotation and hang on to this lead. And I got my good buddy with me here in the broadcast booth, Matt Strand. I'm not sure if he's ready to talk just yet, but we'll try to see if we can get a little bit of an idea of how his stint went, and then maybe he can help me join out with some of the commentary here in a few minutes. And I apologize for that gap. Trying to get time and scoring to reconnect. I seem to have lost connection with it. Trying to figure out what are some good battles to watch here on the track. We just saw Prado and Ian Mills duking it out for about 2 or 3 laps. Mills never could quite get close enough to get that sniff around Prado, though. There was a couple of opportunities, but it just didn't happen. And now as I'm looking through the lead for, let's see... Looks like Ennis Doughty is the leader for LMP2. We did see Kevin Brentz up there earlier in the day. I'm not sure what's going on, what happened there. Ennis Doughty, though, we know he had a moment, Kevin Brentz, early on. And, of course, now Doughty's in the lead. We got Carlson with Northern Light in the Mazda P2. And we've got Andrew Werner in the 05 Spider, currently in P3. So all these guys ebbing back and forth. Smolczewski and Satellite Racing in P4, and trying to get some of the gaps now. Doughty with about 18 seconds over Carlson. Werner with about 55 seconds over Smolczewski. So definitely got some gaps going on in P2. In the GT class, it's been all Stephen Bailey the whole time, and that continues to be the case there. Karanchi and Halverson have not made it back yet. Of course, that Halverson, that Northern Lights car that Halverson's in was, of course, driven pretty much the first 2 stints, I believe, by Kenneth Hallefleur, and him and Karanchi were going at it pretty much the whole time, with Kenneth having the upper hand, but then they swapped spaces, of course, with the driver swap, and now Karanchi is out in front by about 20 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see when he does his driver swap what kind of difference they have coming out of the pits. And you can see the traffic. It looks like Doughty is maybe looking to lap up all the way up to Smolczewski here in a few minutes, and that's definitely not where Satellite wants to be. I'm looking for gaps during the whole thing. It looks like we've got a great battle here shaping up between Eddie Layton. Let me see if I can get over to him real quick. And Michael Bernberg in the other Northern Lights GT40. Eddie Layton with Lost Wrench. We saw these guys earlier. They were pretty close. Bernberg having a little bit of a moment early on that took out or stalled Ville Repo's progress against his teammate Dave Jordan, but it looks like he's going again. He's not doing too bad. His car doesn't look like it's in too bad a shape, but Eddie Layton definitely looking to make some moves here, as he is only, well, he's within about half a second. These guys are going at it, and if he can just get maybe close enough, or if Bernberg makes a bit of a mistake, then Eddie Layton can put the moves on him and take that spot. And I got my good friend here in the booth with me, Matt Strand. Matt, if you can, real quick, tell us how your stint went. Looks like you guys have dropped back a little bit. We saw some really good battles with you and Penfield and Dowdy early on in the race, but then there was a moment where we saw looked like you were spinning it up quite a bit and maybe locking it up on the brakes. I think did you have any suffer any damage there? How did your stint go?
Stint was pretty good. Me, Penfield, Dowdy were all running together for a long time, but I think I was mainly just holding them up. Seemed to have a lot of straight line speed. They could tow up behind us and get the draft and suck up to us, but nobody seems to be able to just walk around the outside. So once I got ahead of them from Dowdy with his penalty, and then Penfield had a small bobble early on, I was able to get in front of them, hold them off for a little bit, but then I just started burning tires off. I had to keep fiddling with brake bias to keep up with them, and just wasn't keeping up enough and burning them off more and more and more. So eventually got the better of me. I think I finished my stint about 15 seconds behind Penfield, and then I just heard from Mike that they had some issues in their DNF now. They had some pit road problems or something.
Wow, so the Scuderia Bolas Negro is looks like the end game says fuel, so I'm not sure if they didn't make it around, but they are it is confirmed they are out of the race, it looks like, and that's just a shame because they were really on the pace earlier on.
Yeah, I saw them on pit road the lap before I came in, and then when I did come in, they were still sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, that's an awful long pit stop. And then apparently Ryan Mayfield came down, talked to Mike, and was saying that, yeah, they came in, they stopped in the box, but the crew never serviced the car, so they were done.
Wow, that's too bad. Well, y'all definitely had some good scraps. You're not alone in the what we've seen pretty much the whole race from the P1s. Of course, y'all's battle that y'all had in the P2, and even the GTs. Pretty much as soon as everybody's running such low aero, as soon as anybody pulls out of the slipstream, they're pretty much standing still. It's you got to get the timing just perfect, otherwise you're not going to make the move.
Yeah, it was definitely a game and a half trying to get around people. The only way we could really get by anybody is if you time the draft just right to where you get the run going to the tri-oval between the NASCAR banking, NASCAR 4, and the actual tri-oval itself. If you time the run to that, you can get at least on the outside through the tri-oval and then try to fight your way around the outside of 1. But other than that, you're not going to make a move on the banking.
Well, thank you for that update, Matt. You're more than welcome to stick with me in the booth and do some commentary, or join us back after you grab something to drink or whatever you need. Are you going to hang out for a little bit, bud?
Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit. I already stretched and got a drink and all that stuff after I handed off the mic. So I should be good here. I'm watching this battle between Bernberg and Layton. Bernberg kind of ran the Corvette down and then got around him, but Layton's not letting him go.
No, these guys have been tied at the hip for about, maybe the last 5 or 6 laps at least.
Yeah, and they're not terribly far behind Nick Woodbury, who's only, he's 3 seconds, 4 seconds up the road from that battle, as he's just going across the start-finish line right now, the other 2 just coming into the tri-oval. So we got 3 of them here in GT all right together, and I believe that is 4th, 5th, and 6th in class.
Well, we've had some good battles throughout the day, 2nd through 4th, particularly both in the P2 and the P1 class, and then in the GT class between P2 and P3, and then on down in about 8th or 9th. There's been some good battles. Everybody's kind of spread out at the moment, but we'll definitely. It looks like we got this battle going on. That's probably about the closest battle we have on track. Looks like Prado may be in the pits. and we've got has pitted, and Von Steinen is taking over for him, and we got Fakes in for Ian Mills. So now we've got a whole new set of players on track. It's going to be interesting to see if the Formula crew can catch back up to Nexus again.
Yeah, I haven't seen what the P1 guys have been doing all race long, but from the sounds of things, just a little bit that I've been listening in, sounds like we got quite a battle going on up at the front of the field.
I'm trying to get timing and scoring working again. Yeah, we've definitely had some good stuff going on here. I'm trying to look and see. Looks like Fakes is about 9 seconds back of Steinen, is what I was looking for earlier. Now, wait a second. Now he's only about. Hang on, something's maybe going on here. The gap is decreasing quite a bit. It went down from about 9 to about 7.6. So maybe it's just timing and scoring catching up. Von Steinen may be getting held up there. Fakes is definitely on the move. Well, now it's back up to 8, so they're getting into that traffic ebb and flow that we've seen all day long.
Yeah, I think Ryan just got held up a little bit by the 05 Motorsports Porsche. A little bit wide there in the bus stop, cutting through the second apex. Managed to hold on to it, though. Not going to help him pull away from Fakes, but he did get held up a little bit there in the infield. Salvo giving him a little bit of a hair raiser through the banking. That's something else I've noticed too. Some of these GT cars are bouncing around. They just do not like these bumps around the banking at all. So it's real tricky for the prototype guys to negotiate around them, even as wide as it is.
Well, I know when I was trying to help you guys set up the satellite car, my teeth were rattling in the LMP2 car, and it's just a video game. So yeah, those bumps are pretty nasty out there.
Yeah, we weren't fortunate enough to get this new paving like the Grand Am guys just did, last week, I guess, last weekend already.
Getting some word from Pit Road. It looks like Teskey was having some brake troubles. Let's see if I can figure out. I believe Teskey was driving in... was it the Acme Racing? I'm not sure. I think he was racing with Acme Racing, having some brake problems, and of course that's definitely an issue that we're going to see here at a place like Daytona. That's into turn 1 is just treacherous.
Yeah, if you don't have the car perfectly settled going in for the bumps there, you're just going for a ride. Hang on as best you can. There's really nothing you can do. Luckily, there's plenty of runoff, so if you do botch your braking point, at least you got somewhere to go.
Well, as I look through some of the gaps, it looks like everybody's pretty spread out. Fakes and Steinen are staying about 8 seconds, give or take. Porter, though, looks like he's fixing to be in a pretty good battle here between himself and maybe, it just went back up from about 0.8 to about 1.5 seconds, so maybe not. I was thinking Porter was catching Christensen, but it looks like maybe not.
Porter's running Christensen down. He just got held up by a GT leader Bailey through the bus stop. But keep an eye on him as he has been running down that, I believe that's an Acura that Christensen's in.
Yeah, Christensen with Northern Light Racing in the ARX, and these guys are trying to. Well, they're not quite on the lead lap, but they're trying to stay within striking distance. We still got quite a bit of racing left. I'm not sure what the exact timer's at, but we got to have at least a little over 5 hours or something like that. Maybe, I'm not sure. And but these guys definitely want to stay within striking distance. They're only about a lap down, so uh, if they can stay within that lap, they might be able to catch something back if something happens with the leaders having a bad mangled pit stop or getting it wrong in traffic or something.
Yeah, definitely a long way to go here still as Porter's running Christensen down pretty quick down this back straightaway. I think those diesels just got all that power to get around this banking like no tomorrow. The Acura is kind of a sitting duck here, but it handles real well through the infield compared to the longer wheelbase diesels. So there should be a good little scrap that we got developing here as Porter's definitely running him down pretty quick.
Yeah, you can see Porter closing so much now on Christensen, and we see a lot of the cars, Matt, look like they're scraping all over the place coming around this banking. I know the bumps are pretty bad, and the G-forces that the cars produce going around these turns are quite extreme. But how much does that affect the car's handling versus via the infield versus the on the bankings as far as with all the scrape marks? Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Porter's Hirsch loses it on corner entry. Sorry to cut you off, Matt, and doesn't see Porter as he tries to come back on track. They nudged it a little bit. I'm not sure if Porter's arrow is going to be messed up by that, but he's still right there, pretty much within striking distance of Christensen.
Yeah, I think he got away with one there as Hirsch definitely lost it just a little bit. And like you were saying, he's bottoming out a lot more than that Acura of Christensen. So you can see the Deuce's car definitely setting up more for the infield while still running that lower arrow to try and get that diesel power around the banking. But to answer your question, it is a little bit of a balance because, of course, you want the car low, the center of gravity low and everything to get through the infield. But if you get it too low, you're going to start losing that top speed. And they might be dragging to where they're losing a mile an hour or two because they're dragging quite a bit through the heavy bank section. But if you have enough Packers in the car, you can get away with it. But again, too much, and it's going to start to hurt you. So obviously it's a compromise.
Your channel.
And that's one of the great things about these Roval races like this.
Well, I've just got word, and I believe he just joined us in the booth. Ian Mills, your pole setter for P1, early race leader. They dropped back a bit, I believe, due to a penalty. I think Ian can speculate on. And then pretty much the entire stint, we saw him just steadily claw his way back up to the front, catching up to Prado just a little bit. But then with a few laps before his pit and driver swap, we saw, and I'm not sure if it was tire wear, Ian, or what was going on, we saw you get up there, maybe get one or two opportunities to maybe draft by Prado, but once you pull out of the slipstream, the car just kind of stalled. Can you give us a little run on how your stint went and how the car felt towards the end?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, I mean, when we were catching Prado, I think we had good pace. I think his top speed is a little faster than ours at the moment, which is going to make it difficult to pass on track, especially for Robert, as the night progresses. But we were able to close in, which is what's important. So we have the raw pace. It's promising, but we'll see how the rest of the evening goes.
Yeah, you guys, from the little bit that I saw of it, you guys had a great battle going. About like this one with Christensen and Porter. We saw Porter get around him by Christensen in the infield, but then that that Audi, just dragging too much around the banking. Christensen just walked around the outside of him in that Acura. So I wonder if he's got a little bit of that speed advantage like you're talking about with Prado. But what are you guys looking at as far as, I know Paco was asking about tire wear. Are you guys doubling, tripling? What are you guys able to do with it?
Well, that's top secret information at the moment, but we've got good tire wear, which is important. The balance stays pretty consistent throughout the stints, which is really useful for the lap times. It could always be better, but
sorry to cut you off, Ian. We just had Christensen have a big lockup down there in turn 7, nearly sliding up the inside of Steve and taking him out. big hairy moment there. Go ahead, Ian. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. No, I was just saying that we've got the consistency out of the car, so that the tyre wear isn't really a problem at the moment.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ian. We definitely appreciate your input. An outstanding stint. What caused y'all to fall back early on? Was did y'all have a penalty that y'all had to go with or something?
Yeah, well, you might be able to hear I'm kind of struggling with the flu, so I haven't really slept well in a few days. So my judgment's a little off, and I have to just put my hands up and apologise to the team that I went into the pit road a little bit too fast and got myself a stop-go penalty, which is a shame given the few seconds that we had in hand. But yeah, it was all my fault occasion.
Wow.
Well, feel free.
Driver being honest.
Go ahead, Matt.
It happens sometimes.
I was just going to say, Ian, if you want to send me your flu so I can drive like that, that'd be awesome.
I'll see what I can do.
And we got a great battle on track now in LMP2. Roberto Montero running down Mike Smolczewski. I thought Roberto was ahead of Mike, must have had a moment and fell back behind him, but he is sitting right in the gearbox of that satellite Acura again.
Yeah, Montero really starting to apply some pressure on Smolczewski. I'm not sure what's going on with the satellite car. It seems to have been struggling today, other than being able to hold some people off. But I wonder if, without giving up too much, if maybe the arrow's damaged or something. Of course, Smolczewski, if I know him, he's going to fight Montero pretty much through the next two turns. So even if Montero gets in front, Smolczewski's going to try to put it right back by him.
Yeah, Mike's really good at, even if you run him down and manage to get side by side with him, he'll still fight you off. Oh, spun him up there coming out of the horseshoe. And that's going to put Roberto right in his gearbox. But that Desafio car just does not have the straight line speed that the rest of the P2 class seems to have. But through the infield section here, he's just absolutely dynamite on the brakes. You see him up the inside of Mike going through the second hairpin, and he's just going to walk by. But keep an eye on that draft, as that is one of the prototype cars that you are able to get around. So we'll have to see if Mike's able to draft him, especially if Roberto gets held up by that Ferrari anymore. Mike's going to get a little bit of a run coming on to NASCAR 1 and 2.
Disconnected from your channel.
And that's another battle I think that they're coming up on between Sardina and I think it's Hudson maybe, or I guess Sardina's the one in front, but that was another battle. But this battle right here, Montero and Smolczewski, definitely the fastest or the closest one on the circuit. Oh, you see, I think that was Sardina running a little bit wide through the chicane. Smolczewski desperately trying to hold off Montero, but Roberto is coming. He's coming strong, and you know, he's I see a few sparks going there. It looks like Smolczewski may be pulling out a little bit of a gap around the banking, but Montero is really strong in the infield. So we may actually, what we might be seeing here is a difference between setup.
Oh yeah, definitely. That Desafio car's just been dynamite through the infield all race long. I don't know what set them back early on, if they had a penalty or what, but they fell a lap down real early. And you can see just up the road ahead of both of these guys is Enos Dowdy. He's the LMP2 leader. So both of these guys trying to catch him and get around to get back on the lead lap, as I believe they're fighting for third in class right now.
Yeah, they're fighting for third and fourth in class, but Kevin Brentz is back in the Spider in fifth. I'm sure he's going to be looking to try to track some of these guys down. Your pole sitter. And Montero looking around the outside a couple of corners ago. Now he looks around the inside in turn 7, I think that is, as they head up onto the banking, right up under the nose of Smolczewski. Let's see if he can stay put. He's really close now. He might actually be able to stay in that position now that he's catching some draft, whereas before we saw it looked like Smolczewski was pulling out around exiting turn 4. So as they head into the chicane here, Montero closing way up, going to get on the gas real early, try to get a good drive out. Smolczewski tries to stay in front, but looks like Montero's looking around the high side of the banking.
Yeah, Mike just absolutely glued to that yellow line on the bottom. I think he knows that Roberto's so much quicker through the infield, so you got to try to get every little bit you can on the banking to get ahead of him. But Roberto, this is the closest he's been going into turn one, so I have to see if he's able to outbrake that satellite car. There is a GT car. I couldn't tell who that was. And Montero trying to go around the outside and fight him off. He's got all that extra downforce, and it looks like he's able to make it stick. Get in front of Mike, now maybe be able to set him up with a pick for the GT car. Yeah, it looks like they both get through clean, but Montero just absolutely awesome move around the outside there in turn one.
Yeah, great move from Montero. And now can Smolcheski stay close enough to draft back by? There's already, due to that, a little bit of traffic there, and due to maybe the stronger setup on the infield that Montero and the DeSafio Virtual.com team have, he's got quite a bit of a gap already, at least half a second, if not maybe 0.8 or so. Can Smolcheski get back up there, get that draft, and get back by Montero? We've got just the chicane to find out, and of course they're coming up on Ennis Doughty, your LMP2 or your LMP2 leader, but it looks like these guys might actually be closing in on him even. So Montero is on a blistering pace. Smolcheski gaining no ground there up into the bus stop. So I think Montero might be scot-free. You see Smolcheski closing way up there into turn one, but of course this time he's behind Montero, but of course now traffic plays a huge part. Montero might be getting away through the infield depending on how the traffic goes. If the traffic goes Smolcheski's way, he's going to be right there as they hit the banking again, so maybe he can get back around Montero, but they're coming up on, looks like that's Hirsch and Bailey. Bailey has been dominant in the GT field all day long.
Yeah, Bailey dominating the GT class, but a little bit of a moment there for Hirsch, and Montero getting blocked just slightly as that Aston Martin Vantage just locked him up going into that second hairpin. Might have helped Smolcheski out a little bit, but I think he got held up actually from Hirsch rejoining, as he's lost a whole ton of ground through the infield. And yeah, he's still behind Hirsch and just getting around him in the banking now, so Mike falling way out of that battle with Montero, but Montero just about to get his lap back, so these guys have been fighting for about 3 hours to get their lap back, and I think they're just about to do it. And Ennis gets held up real bad by Ford GT coming back onto the banking out of the bus stop.
Yeah, tough break from Smolcheski. If he could have held on to Montero a little bit, he might have got back around, but it looks like Montero is on a pace of his own, so congrats to him. He's trying to work his way up front, like you said, try to get his lap back here. The other pretty good battle we have on track, according to time and scoring, I believe, is between Sardina and maybe Tatalini. Let's go check that out for just a little bit and see what's going on down there in the GT, back in the GT field.
Yeah, you can see Robert Fakes in the LMP1 car just getting around both of those GT guys you mentioned. Sardina drafting up on the back of that Corvette, and I believe this is a new car for Tatalino. I think they were in the Aston Martin up until this round, so big learning curve for these guys, learning a new car at a pretty difficult place to learn it, honestly.
Yeah, Daytona is not the best place to try to learn new equipment, but these guys are doing a real good job. You can see they're really close now. Of course, I don't know if that Ferrari is going to quite have enough steam to get around that Corvette on the banking, but you know, Ferrari's not exactly known for being slow, so we'll see how it goes. Sardina's right within striking distance, though, but it didn't really look like. And you see Brent's coming through there now. Didn't look. Let's see if Brent's can get around. Maybe give Sardina just a little bit extra toe for a split second here. Might be able to get up there into the chicane and get around Tadolini.
Yeah, and you see these P cars just blowing by the GT cars. And I think the GT cars are the hardest ones to drive out here out of the 3 classes. I took Stephen Bailey threw me the keys for his Corvette a couple days ago, and I took that for a spin. And man, what a learning curve that was. I mean, going through the bus stop right there, do not hit those curves. These GT cars do not like it at all.
We saw Schmieder go through there, one of the Deuces Motorsports cars. They're currently sitting in 6th overall. That's definitely not where they're wanting to be, but I'm sure Eric's going to work on getting his way back up to the front. Sardina still trying to work on Tadolini, can't quite make inroads. They've been stuck here for at least the last, 5 or 6 laps at least. Probably longer than that. That's as long as we've been watching them. And but Sardina right there, with if Tadolini makes any kind of mistake, Sardina's just going to be ready to pounce.
Yeah, I think that good old American V8 horsepower is really helping Tadolini around the banking here, as you see him just stretch it out a little bit through the straightaway sections and even through the infield sections here between hairpins. But then that Ferrari closes up on the back of him. You see Sardina closing in right there in a corner exit. But as soon as that Corvette hooks up, it just takes off.
Yeah, what's that phrase, goes like stink? That kind of reminds me when I eat too many tacos.
They don't call you Paco the Taco for nothing.
That is true, my friend. That is true. I do love to eat them in all shapes, sizes, and flavors. But Sardinia here losing a bit of ground to Tadolini, and really it looks like that Ferrari is going to just have to be right up under the wing of that Corvette to really try to make a move here into turn 1. You see Ramon Vera coming up there for the DesafioVirtual.com Acura, and looking to make some progress up to the front.
I love hearing these cars come through the trial like that, especially when you're standing there on pit road and you just hear them for about 8-9 seconds. Well, the diesels you hear for about half a second, and then it's just, oh, someone's vacuuming turn 1 again. But all these other cars, they sound great going through the trial.
Yeah, the cars are really fun to listen to, and great to look at. Beautiful, beautiful cars there. And when you get some of these cars in a good battle, traffic, I'm sure the cars are not beautiful to look at if you're in a different class, because let's just face it, most of the time the traffic seems like it hampers you rather than than helps. But I know these guys are definitely doing a good job of keeping out of each other's way. Seems like everybody's been pretty cordial as far as moving over and letting the faster traffic through, unless of course they're in a dogfight. Then maybe they won't do that. But everybody looks like everybody's been pretty well mannered on both on all 3 classes, both faster and slower cars.
Yeah, I only saw a few issues early on, but nothing that really jumps out at you and says, hey, this was absolutely bogus. But for the most part, everybody keeping their noses clean. They know it's an 8-hour race. We did see, Tadolini going a little bit wide there at the exit of the bus stop. We did see a little bit of the class interaction there in the infield as Tadolini ran wide and Ramon Vera just happened to be there. Both cars running out in the lawn, but both of them still going, no damage, no harm, no foul.
And if you're just joining us to give a bit of an update, we have Ryan von Steinen of Nexus currently in P1, the leader overall in the Judd. Robert Fakes with Formula Racing in the R10 is in 2nd position. Garrett Diduck with Can-Am Enduro also in a Judd in 3rd. Hopefully I'm saying these names right. If not, then we'll work on it. In the P2 class, we have Steven Carlson with Northern Light Racing in the Mazda leading the way. Joseph Madrak in R4R Motorsports in P2. Smolcheski currently in P3 in the Satellite Acura. And in the GT class, we have Stephen Bailing with Doug Henson Racing in the C6R, leading the way by over a lap. And then Ed Caranchi with the Cobras Racing in the 430 in P2, and James Bowders in Red Weasel Racing in the Spider. I'm sorry, that's a P2 car. I'm sorry, Jimmy Halverson in the Northern Light GT40 is P3 in the GT. Sorry about that.
And I believe Jimmy is slowly starting to run down Ed in second place in GT. There's about 17 seconds between them right now. So that might be a little bit of a battle we got brewing here for second GT class.
We take a look at some of the other cars in the field. We've been having some good battles all race long. Currently looking at Kevin Bannock in P2 in the Nexus S101J.
Yeah, I was expecting that dome to be really quick around here. It's got that low rear wing setup, real low drag and everything, but they're just not quite on the pace that we've seen from them at Spa and Road Atlanta and a few of the earlier rounds.
Matt, I'm trying to find us some good gaps going on. Some good races going on throughout the race. I see Porter. Looks like he's got about three and a half seconds or so over Jordan. It looks like.
Well, I think the LMP2 class right now is cycling through their pit stops, and Pescarolo of Northern Light Racing has just been getting absolutely ridiculous fuel mileage all day long. As Carlson, I think he should be due in here the next 2 or 3 laps, but he's got almost a minute over Mudrack, who's taken over that R4R Motorsports Acura from Ennis Dowdy, who just did absolutely blistering opening stint.
So what's our time left, Matt? We're closing in on what? Maybe about 3 hours left or so? Or I'm sorry, about 5 hours.
I was going to say, you just wish it was 3, don't you? Yeah, I think we're 8 or 9 minutes short of the 5 hours to go mark.
Well, I'm still looking through the gaps, and we still got looks like our closest race is between Sardinia and Tattolini still. So we've got Fakes is still about 8.5 seconds or so. Might be gaining a little bit on Von Steinen in the P1 class, but not quite the same type of progress that Ian Mills was able to make earlier on.
All right, bud. I'm getting called back by the team. I'm going to head out of here. You're doing a great job, though. And I'll try to jump back in later in the race.
All right, Matt. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to watch this battle between Sardina still and Tattolini for a little bit longer. That's the closest battle on track, and I'll come back and we'll cycle through some of the other cars and pick up the commentary wherever it happens to be.
See you, folks.
User left your channel.
You can see Porter getting around Christensen there. Christensen was in that position for a few moments. Didn't really put up too much of a fight. I'm not sure what's going on with that Northern Light Acura, but Christensen not putting up a little bit of a fight over Porter, but Porter making it look fairly easy in the long run. Christensen fighting a little bit, but now just kind of sitting there, maybe trying to stay within the draft and see if maybe that Acura can get another run there on that R10. But that R10 we know is very fast around the banking. Oh, but we got traffic now for Porter, and Porter definitely gets held up just a little bit. Christensen looking to get back around Porter, does so, and Porter getting held up. Christensen taking full advantage of that situation. A little bit of a hairy moment there for all the drivers involved, as Woodbury and who else is with Woodbury there? Getting a little bit racy along the straightaway there, and held up Porter a little bit. Christensen gets back around, and now Porter's going to have to make the pass all over again. And now you see Porter again going around Christensen before the banking, and I'm not sure what exactly is going on with Christensen. This could be the same kind of difference we saw earlier on between Montero and Smolczewski. Smolczewski able to hold Montero off during the banked and sections of the course, but then Montero with a really strong push along the infield. Now we see the same thing. Christensen just blowing by Porter before the chicane, but Porter getting the better of it during the infield. So I'm thinking we're seeing a bit of an aero difference here, or maybe somebody's got some aero damage, but Porter definitely slower around the banked section of the course in that Deuces R10, and that Acura, that Northern Light Acura that Jacob Christensen running, definitely have an advantage on the speed. And we see Porter is going to pit now, so Christensen will definitely hang on to that fourth position in LMP1 for a few laps more. And here we see Catalini trying to make a move back around Sardina. I hope this view is okay for everybody. You can see how dark it is. Everybody having to run their headlights now. Catalini in front of Sardina for much of this race. But now the Nitro Sniffer Racing F30 that Sardina is in has finally gotten around Paolo Tattalini in the Busters Racing C6R. But it looks like Sardina running a bit too wide there, and Tattalini's going to go back through. And now Sardina looking to make a move back around the outside. Sardina in the Ferrari, Tattalini in the Corvette. Sardina chasing much of this race. Tattalini able to keep it in front for a big part of this battle. But Sardina finally got through, it looked like, and trying to hang on to it. Tattalini just powers that Corvette back around that Ferrari, though. You see Smolczewski coming through there from the satellite crew, and these guys have had to contend with all kinds of traffic. Now it's dark. You got to be on your mark, and you see the lights around the track. But that Corvette seems to be just a hair stronger around the banking than the Ferrari does. But Sardina had made the move, had gotten in front of Tattalini, but then gives it up, outbraking himself maybe into turn 7. Tattalini getting a better drive through there and getting out on the banking a little bit quicker. And Sardina is back into chase mode. And word from pit road is that Steven is having some issues changing swap with the driver swap and fuel and tires. I'm not sure which one they're talking about. Looks like maybe Steven Carlson with Northern Light Racing, I'm thinking, is who they're talking about. I'm not 100% positive. Let me see if I can get a retransmission from pit road to find out. But bad news, we haven't surprisingly had that many disconnects. There are some people that we've lost to attrition, but yes, it is confirmed now. It is Carlson. We've had only 6 DNFs out of the 36. Looks like 36 starters. So we've actually done really well on DNFs, but of course there's a lot of racing left. We're only at about, we still got about 5 hours, not quite 5 hours, maybe 4 hours and 45 minutes or so left. And in the meantime, Sardina has gotten back in front of Tattalini. This is your closest battle on track between Tattalini and Sardina in the GT class. We've been following them for a few laps now, but that's just because, quite frankly, everybody else is so spread out. I've been trying to watch some of the other cars. You see Von Steinen coming out of the pits. Let me see if he's going to exit still in the lead or not. Yes, Von Steinen looks like he's still going to be into the lead, exiting the pits. So great news for the Nexus crew. Formula was not able to get by them on the pit rotation. We've been trying to show some of the other cars on the track. But quite frankly, this has been your best battle for some time. Although Brents was catching up, and I believe past Carlson. Carlson having some issues in the pit rotation, but now it looks like Carlson might be regaining that lost time on Brents. I'm not sure if that was a swap or not. I just remember Brents was catching somebody for a while, but I decided to show this race some more because these guys have been going at it hard. Sardina and Tattalini. Looks like they might be spreading out just a little bit. So let's take a look here at Kevin Brents. I believe Steve Carlson now is catching Brents. I'm not sure if Carlson was in front or behind, but here we get a good look at Brents now. You see Carlson right there on screen. I think the 05 Motorsport Porsche had some damage earlier. I'm not sure if they were able to get all of that fixed or not. Brent, your P2 pole setter, had some issues early on, clawed his way back up to the front, and then I think had another moment with another driver that damaged the car, and they've been struggling to try to get back up to the front the entire time. They're currently in P2 though, behind Joseph Mudrak in the R4R Motorsports Acura, but the Northern Light Mazda that driven by Stephen Carlson and I believe Jimmy Allison have led much of this race for the P2 class. Brent's is definitely working on trying to get himself back up to the front, but I don't know if it's gonna be possible given the conditions that the car may be in. Carlson was catching Brent's there just for a little bit, but I think Carlson has been having an issue now, or had some. There he comes back on track. I missed it. I was too busy trying to follow timing and scoring and see what's going on with some of the other races on track while I'm talking. Of course, unfortunately for a guy that can't seem to walk and chew gum at the same time, I probably shouldn't be looking off screen and then trying to talk about what's going on screen. So, looks like Carlson. Now we're getting a report from Pit Road that Carlson and Karanchi had an issue. So maybe they got into it. I'm not sure if Carlson's if that Mazda is damaged or not, but Brent's is away for the time being. Carlson was catching Brent's for a little while, but that moment has come and gone, and Carlson will have to assess his car, see how it feels, and see if they need to come in for repairs. And one of the things I was looking for in timing and scoring is the gap between your P1 leader, Ryan von Steinen of Nexus 6 Racing, and the gap between him and Robert Fakes with Formula Racing. It's still about, it's ebbing between about 7.5 to 8.5 seconds, depending on the traffic situation. So, Formula Racing may have made slight inroads into that lead by Nexus, but it's very slight indeed, and at this rate of progress, it will take them the full 4 hours and 40 minutes or however long is left in this race to work their way back up there. I have a feeling, though, that things are going to change, because they always do. So I'm sure we're going to have some exciting moments left in this race as we get closer to the end. But for now, we got Von Steinen and Nexus up front. Fakes in second with Formula. Deuces with Schmieder in third. And then in the LMP2 class, we've got Mudrak with R4R in P1. Brent's in P2. Carlson in the Mazda. Northern Lights in P3. And then in the GT class, we got Ed Karanchi. We got Stephen Bailey still in front with Doug Henson in the Corvette. Then we've got Karanchi in second position in the Ferrari, and Halverson with Northern Light Racing in third in the GT class. And of course, your closest battle on track is still the GT battle between Salvo Sardina and Paolo Tattolini. One in a Corvette, one in a Ferrari. They've been battling for, I don't know how long their battle's been going on. I've been aware of it for at least, I would say, 30 to 40 laps. At the very least, I would think. Those guys are still going at it. They're still separated by only about, let me see what time and scoring says. About half a second, maybe a little more, give or take. Tattolini been leading much of this battle, but Sardina has gotten by Tattolini at least twice now that I know of. And Tattolini trying to claw his way back. You see him going through the chicane here, and Sardina leading the way in the Ferrari. That Porsche or that Corvette that Tadolini is in is very strong around this section of the track, though, and it looks like he's in a good position to catch a tow. So I imagine he's going to blow by here when they get up to about the start-finish line. You see him swinging to the outside, or Sardina swinging to the inside to block into turn one. Tadolini got a good run, swinging by him just a little bit, but doesn't really make a lot of progress after getting out of the slipstream. And Sardina has the inside line. They actually touch on the brakes. You see the brakes locking up. Sardina manages to hang on to the front, though, and they've got traffic coming through. These guys have been struggling with it the entire time, the GT field especially. All kinds of great battles been going on throughout the entire event, but just the traffic, it seems like the guys can battle for like 2 corners, and then they have to say, okay, time out, and let's let this traffic through, and then they battle for another couple of corners. It's almost like it's poetry in motion is what it is. And these guys have been doing a great job of it. Sardina and Tadolini, they've gotten a lot of airtime, but they are the closest battle on track. And we've seen lots of good ones throughout the course of this event. We still got a lot of time left. You see Carlson going through there now, having recovered from his incident. I don't believe he pitted, so he's probably okay. And we see Sardina with a slight edge there, but Tadolini is going to get a run here through the chicane if he's close enough, like last lap, and maybe make a move into turn one. We'll stick with it for a few more corners because this is a good battle, And we've got a car stuck on track. That's Porter. I'm not sure what was going on with there. It looked like Porter was just stopped. I'm not sure if he had an accident or what. That's kind of a scary moment, almost reminiscent of a disconnect or a ghost car when somebody loses connection, how it just sits there. And sometimes it happens, you drive through it, nothing foul takes place, but sometimes you drive through it and it throws you off into the grandstand. So I'm not sure what was going on with Porter there. Sardina locking him up a little bit on the brakes. He's got a bit of a gap now on Tadolini. I'm not sure what happened to Tadolini. I don't see him anymore. Looks like Tadolini maybe has pitted. There's Holofure coming back out for Northern Light Racing. Karachi still in the Karachi's Cobra, so it'll be interesting to see who's going to take over that ride. Tadolini, yes, Tadolini in the pits. Here he's pulling into his pit space, so good battle between Sardina and Tadolini has now taken a break as they're having to go through their pit rotation, and hopefully we can find another, and I'm just getting a report from pit road, Porter spun exiting the bus stop, so wow. What a scary moment for those guys, but they're on a bit of a break now as Tadolini has to pit, and Sardina's going to go around for at least another circuit. And now as we take a look at Robert Fakes with Formula Racing in the R10, trying to chase down Von Steinen. The gap is about 4.2 seconds. We've seen it. It's been around 7.5 to 8.5 for a long time, and now all of a sudden it's dipping under 4 seconds, currently showing at 3.5 according to timing and scoring. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with traffic, but Von Steinen may have had some kind of a moment. I'm not sure. And we will see what happens here. I'm not sure. I'm going to keep an eye on timing and scoring. Fakes is within about 3.5 seconds now of Von Steinen. So we may have some tire issues. We may have traffic issues. We might have aero issues if there was any kind of contact made between Von Steinen and any of the other vehicles on track. But Fakes is closing in. The gap now showing, it just dipped under 3 for a moment, and now it's back up to 3.1. But it's going down from the 8.5, 7.5 to 8.5 seconds that we had earlier on. And as we jump up to Von Steinen here, currently only about less than 2.5 seconds in front of Fakes. That gap, once again, was between about 7.5 to 8.5 seconds for the last 15, 20 laps. And then suddenly I'll look at timing and scoring, and, well, now it's showing 1.8. So now it's under 2 seconds. Von Steinen in trouble in the Nexus 6. He may have some aero damage. We're not sure what's going on, what happened. We did not see the incident that caused him to have some trouble. But he is losing ground rapidly to Robert Fakes in the Formula Racing R10. And now you see Fakes on screen with Von Steinen. Now we can get a chance to see what's going on, see if Von Steinen can hold him off. They have led for so long, has the Nexus crew. And Ian Mills cut into that drastically over the course of his stints when he was running. Fakes and Steinen have been running for the most part pretty steady, though. But now, all of a sudden, Robert Fakes is closing in on Von Steinen. The gap's now back to about 2 seconds. It's going to ebb and flow with traffic and everything. But I have a feeling Von Steinen is in trouble because he is going backwards quick. And then we step on board Von Steinen. You can see Fakes back there closing up. The gap now is about 2.5 seconds. So Von Steinen has managed to get a little bit better times out of the car and halt Fakes' progress somewhat. But the gap for much of the last hour probably has been about 8 seconds, give or take. And now suddenly, within the last 3 or 4 laps, the Formula Racing R10 has been able to close up on the Nexus 6 Judd, and to the tune of about 6 seconds or so, as the gap is now listed as about 2 seconds. So we're not sure what's going on with Von Steinen. We haven't gotten any reports from pit road on what may have happened to the Nexus 6 Judd, but the Formula Racing R10 of Robert Fakes has definitely closed in on this Judd that Von Steinen is in. And we go back to the normal TV view here. We can see Von Steinen coming in on some traffic, and that may be a big part of it. Getting by Carlson, now getting by Pizzo, and Von Steinen really having to kind of force his way through traffic to try to stay in front of. You can see how close Fakes is getting now, and of course the gap now is listed as only a second. And if Fakes can get into the slipstream of Von Steinen, we might have us a real dogfight here. We saw this earlier with Ian Mills chasing Eduardo Prado, and Mills could draft Prado pretty easily, but once he got out of the slipstream, the car just kind of went nowhere. So it's going to be a timing thing. Can Fakes get the timing right? Can he pull out at the very last second and get to the inside of turn 1, or set up Von Steinen through into turn 3. It's going to be interesting to see. You see him pull way to the right. I'm not sure what that was all about. Maybe traffic or something going on. Maybe he just didn't want to get too close heading into the chicane. Save it for a good run up out of the chicane and around the banking for the final turn and across the start-finish line. You see he's in a pretty good position here. Fakes is Von Steinen trying to hang on to it. They're both sparks are flying from both cars, and but Von Steinen looks like he's holding that gap. Fakes is getting a pretty good run right here, though. This is about where he needs the timing to be. I don't know if he's quite close enough, though. He does dive to the inside. Whoa! And Von Steinen doesn't see him. They make contact, and it looks like Fakes is going to spin out there. Von Steinen, I don't think he realized Fakes was going to actually go for it. Tries to hold his line on the outside. I'm not sure if Fakes' tires slipped and he went into Von Steinen, or Steinen turned it in a little too much, not realizing exactly that Fakes was right where Fakes was at, but there is contact. Von Steinen is going to carry on Fakes. Let's back up to him and see where he's at. You can see Fakes is going now. He's still in P2, but he's lost a ton of time to Von Steinen. And definitely, I'm sure neither one of those guys, that's how they were wanting that to turn out. I'm sure Von Steinen is okay with staying in front, but I'm sure he didn't want to do it that way. If I know any of these guys are racing, nobody wants to win like that. So a little bit of an incident there. It didn't really look like it was. I mean, it was barely a tap. Von Steinen and Fakes, and once again, it was hard to tell from that angle. Did Fakes lose the front and slide out, or did Von Steinen just not quite leave him enough room? Hard to tell. I'm sure each driver has their own perspective that we'll hear after the race. Those are always entertaining. But Fakes is still going. Doesn't look like he's too damaged. Hopefully his arrow's not too bad. And Von Steinen carrying on in front. And so now your gap between the leaders is about 3.5 seconds between Fakes and Von Steinen. If you just missed it, Fakes closed up dramatically. On Von Steinen within a couple of, really within about the last 5 or 6 laps. It had been about 8 seconds for about the last hour or so, and suddenly Von Steinen started having some issues. Fakes closed up on him within about 6 or 7 laps, was able to challenge for the lead. Almost made it through. Von Steinen turned in maybe just a little bit on him, and you can see Fakes visibly catching up to Von Steinen again. So we're going to do this all over again, folks. Von Steinen is definitely having some issues in that Judd, and Fakes is closing quickly again. Gap already down to about 2.5 seconds. So within just a little over a lap, the gap's already closed to within by a whole second again. So Fakes definitely going to be looking to make a move on Steinen. Hopefully he will remain calm and there will be no red mist. But Von Steinen definitely having some issues. Fakes closing fast, and Fakes is definitely wanting to get out in front of Von Steinen. And of course, this is the battle for the overall lead. This is actually one of our closest battles on track. There are a couple of battles that are within a couple of seconds or less, but this is the battle for your overall lead. And in fact, one of those battles we just saw right there between Teskey and Brian Cox, they're only a couple of tenths apart, battling for, let's see, I believe that's, let me get a good look here and see what it says. They're battling for 10th and 11th in the GT class, so that's a good battle going on. Fakes is closing in on Steinen as well. That gap is down to about, let's see, that gap is about 1.5 seconds. So I'm actually going to switch over until Fakes gets close enough again. We're going to watch Eric Teskey here try to fend off Brian Cox. Cox in a Corvette, Teskey in a Vantage, and Cox getting a little bit into the back of that Aston Martin there, outbraking him, Teskey a little bit too much, and a little bit of contact there in the rear. It looks like they're both doing all right though, but Teskey got a little bit of help onto the banking from Cox there. You see a little bit of smoke there as Teskey rides the curve coming out of the chicane. That Aston seems to have pretty good speed. Brian Cox in the Corvette, though. Corvettes are known for their power. And if he can get in the slipstream, he might be able to sneak by Teskey down here into turn 1. You see Lund going through there. Cox with the inside line, but Teskey's able to outbrake him. Wow, I wouldn't have expected that considering how late Cox was able to get on to the brakes into turn 7. But apparently Teskey just maybe had one of them either slipped up and broke too early or broke too late, and we had our contact. But Teskey was able to really get on the binders well into turn 1 there and hold off Brian Cox. Cox in the Corvette, Teskey in the Aston Martin as they come around here through the infield. You see Teskey just really, wiggling all over the place, sliding the front, sliding the rear, sliding the front, sliding the rear on the exit now. And Carlson coming through in the I believe that's the Northern Lights car. Brian Cox closing way up on the brakes into turn 7, but maybe runs a little too deep, does not get the same drive that Teskey does, and Teskey's definitely looks like he's going to be holding him off. Yes, Carlson in that Northern Lights Mazda. They're currently in P2. Overall in the LMP2, and now as I look at my gap between Von Steinen and Fakes, it is about 2.5 seconds. It hasn't changed too much over the last course of the last couple of laps. It's been kind of ebbing and flowing between about 1.5 and 2.5 seconds, so I'm not sure if Fakes has damage, but he's not making the same kind of ground up that he was earlier on Von Steinen. And so we've brought to you this battle for P10 and P11 in the GT field. Eric Teskey and Brian Cox. Let's get a view from Cox now in the Corvette. We can see him right there just a little bit behind Teskey, not quite in the draft, so he's not going to be able to make that same move into turn 1 this time as he did the last lap, but he's definitely applying some pressure on Teskey. Teskey was able to get on the brakes pretty good into turn 1 last time, though. Cox is really pushing it into turn 7, I believe, and there you see Garrett Diddock in the Can-Am Enduro C60 Judd, currently P4 overall, passing that battle, but Brian Cox looking pretty good so far, as is Eric Teskey. These guys are in a battle, and they both want this spot. Oh no, and Brian Cox loses it there on the gas, runs across the grass, and Teskey's going to get away at least for another lap. And wow, a little bit of a reprieve there from Teskey. We've got some other good battles on track, besides the leaders being about well, it's about 3.5 seconds now. 3 seconds. It's going up and down. It's going up and down. But it looks like Fakes may have picked up some damage or something in that contact in turn one. We've got some other good battles, I'm being told, between Paul Schumann and Rodney Wingfield. Schumann in the Doug Henson Racing GT Corvette. Rodney also in a Corvette, the Lost Wrench Racing C6R. And these guys are about, timing scoring is showing, looks like maybe a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds. So they're one of the better races on track as well, and definitely trying to put on an entertaining show for you guys. Oh heck, they don't even care what y'all think; they just want to win. But you see Schumann there in front. Let's drop back to Rodney, and we can get a perspective of what that 2.5 seconds or so, how it relates to on track. There we go. Now it's going to switch for me. There's Wingfield, also in the Corvette, and not. I hope my replay is not too laggy. I'm getting a bit of a stutter even in game, so I don't know. I may have to restart it or something at some point. We'll see. We'll hang on to it as long as we can, and if it goes away, we'll just be right back like we were earlier. But we've got some decent battles on track once again. If you're just joining us, we've got Von Steinen out front, Fakes in second, Schmieder in third, but he's a couple of laps down, it looks like. Then in P2, we've got in the P2 class, we've got Carlson out front now, in front of Brent. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Joseph Mudrak in the R4R Motorsports leading P2. Sorry about that, R4R. Carlson in the Northern Lights is in P2. Brent's in P3. And then in the GT class, as has been the whole day, Stephen Bailey with Doug Henson Racing way out front over Karanchi of Cobras Racing, and Kenneth Hollefleur in the GT40 back there in third in GT class. And now as I'm looking at the gaps between P1 and P2 overall, it has increased back to about 6 seconds. So Fakes now in trouble, having issues similar to Von Steinen. We saw Fakes close way up on Von Steinen. It was about an 8-second gap, give or take, for an hour or more. All of a sudden, I saw the timing gap drop between these two, and probably within about 6 seconds, it went from an 8-second gap to about a 2-second gap. Then we saw the progress that Fakes was making slow down on Steinen a little bit, but he was able to get up there, and he was able to make a move into turn one. They got into the side of each other, though. Fakes was on the inside, came from a pretty good ways back, but it looked like he was going to be able to make the move stick. Von Steinen, I don't think, thought that Fakes was going to actually make the move from back there. Turned in, and they both touched a little bit. Fakes spun out and maybe has some damage. I'm not sure, but he has since dropped back, and the gap is now another 7 to 8 seconds or so. We've had great battles all through the race. Brent's, your pole setter for P2 in the 05 Motorsports, trying to claw his way back up to top, currently sitting in third. We've had in the GT class, Bailey has been the cream of the crop, but we've had some really good battles between Karanchi's Cobra Racing and Northern Light Racing, the Ferrari F30 versus the GT40, and then further back in the field, we've also had some good races between different cars and different makes, and you can see it's dark outside. We've probably got a little more than 4 hours left, maybe about 4 hours and 20 minutes or 15 minutes or so. But the field is pretty spread out. at the moment, but there are some decent battles on track. It looks like Fakes is in the pit, so P2 Robert Fakes has pitted. That's going to give Von Steinen a little bit of time to get away. I'm not sure if they're going to need repairs, Formula Racing or not, but that might give a chance for Deuces to get up there and maybe take a lap back. You see Fakes coming out of pit road, and there's Schmieder, not quite to turn one yet. So Schmieder's still going to be, well, he's only going to be 1 lap behind Fakes now, but he's going to be 2 laps behind the leader. Let's go through the field and look at some of the other cars on track now. We saw this battle between Teskey and Brian Cox, and that one is still going on, still about 0.2 seconds or so. That is your closest battle on track. Eric Teskey in the Aston Martin Vantage, Brian Cox in the Chevrolet Corvette C6R. These guys are duking it out for 10th and 11 in GT. They're currently towards the back of the field on track, but you wouldn't tell from these guys. I mean, they are running steady, they're running good laps, and they are in a great battle here and have been for quite some time now. Teskey with just a little bit of an advantage, but you're going to see Cox. He's been real strong into turn 7 the whole race. Look at him just close up there. If he can just hang on to that line and get a good drive, he might, and he does. He might be able to get a good run on Teskey. I'm not sure if it's going to be smart to try to play it off into the chicane, because then that's going to give Teskey the advantage of a slipstream right back. But he's probably better off just hanging out here, wait until after the chicane, getting a good run, and taking Teskey before turn 1. But it looks like he is going to dive to the inside. They're side by side heading into the chicane now. Does Teskey know he's there? He does. He turns in a little slow. He left plenty of room. Great driving there from Teskey. Great driving there from Cox. Cox put his car in position. Teskey saw it. Gave himself room, but now Teskey's going to be in a position for the slipstream if he got a good enough drive. It looked like Cox may have gotten a better drive out of the chicane, and Teskey's dropping back enough to where I don't know if he's going to actually catch any slipstream to get in front of Cox. He may have to wait until they come around the next lap, but they've got traffic coming through now. That's Malik Lund coming through. Lund, let's see where Lund is at currently. Lost my train of thought because I can't keep up with what's going on. There's so many cars on track, so much traffic. And Malik Lund, currently in P6 overall, Northern Light Racing. They're having a good outing. But Teskey there looking to get back around Brian Cox if he can. But they got all kinds of traffic. There's Didick coming through. Bowder's coming through. Teskey getting the pourer into the stick here, and that's going to definitely help out Cox. Teskey, I know, was hoping to get close enough to be able to get under the wing of Cox as they head up onto the banking, so maybe he could get that slipstream and get that position back. Teskey has been in front. Teskey with the Acme Racing has been in front of Brian Cox in the other team, C6R, for quite a while now, quite a few laps, at least half an hour or so since we picked up on this battle. But Cox was able to just get by him into the chicane. Teskey has not been able to get back up there, losing a little bit of touch with the traffic, and now he's out of the slipstream. And the interesting thing is going to be, can Brian Cox get that Corvette enough of a gap to keep Teskey from drafting back by if they get onto the bank section. Right now it's looking pretty good for Brian Cox, but as we know with the traffic and everything else, it ebbs and flows. It's an accordion effect. Sometimes you have a good gap, sometimes you don't. The gaps increase and they decrease, and you know, you catch the draft and you don't. So it's going to be interesting. We'll have to come back to this battle. I'm currently looking now through some of the gaps on timing and scoring at some of the other races that may be close enough that we want to watch. The only other the only other battle that I see that's within about 7 seconds is the battle between Rodney Wingfield and Paul Schumann. So a lot of the contestants, a lot of the drivers are spread out, and this is really still your best race on track. You see all the traffic coming through on Eric Teskey. There's a mud rack there going by. Let's flip up to Brian Cox and see what kind of a gap now he has over Eric Teskey. And you can see there goes Fakes going through. There's mud rack. Brian Cox got quite a good gap on Eric Teskey now and is pulling away. So Eric Teskey may be having some issues. Not sure. But Brian Cox was able to make that move stick, and then through the help of traffic has created a gap that's almost 4 seconds wide now. So we've got quite a big gap there. I'm looking through some of the other gaps. Fakes came out still in P2, lost a lap back to Schmieder and Deuces, but still has, and looks like lost maybe almost a lap down to Von Steinen. The gap is currently showing 70 seconds now, so that gap is quite large now. I thought maybe we were going to get a bit of a race between Carlson and Mudrack. The gap shrunk down to within 6 seconds, but now it's back up to about 8.5. So that's just the traffic playing part. Of course, these guys, we might start seeing some more mistakes. We're definitely going to have to keep our eyes peeled because this race is going on about, well, it's gone on. It's about half distance now. We're closing in on the 4-hour mark, and as these guys get tired, and in combination with it being dark and running under your headlights, I mean, the whole track changes when you're running at night. You lose all your reference points as far as anything that's around the edge of the track that's not actually the track. And so you lose a lot of reference points. It's real hard, especially after being in the car for a couple of hours, to lose your focus and lose your concentration. And some of these guys have been in the race the whole time. I think Ed Cronchi's been in there the whole way, and I think Stephen Bailey's been in there the whole way as well. So those guys could start getting tired, and we might start seeing some mistakes. And there's a mistake from Teskey. I'm not sure what's going on there. He just ran it straight through. I thought maybe his car was dead, but it's not. He just ran it straight through. He's going to continue on. He just missed the chicane, had some traffic coming up, missed his braking points, and decided it was safer to go in and or to go through the chicane and keep from getting to an incident with anybody. And it looks like he's heading for pit road now, so that he may have been messing with the pit menu or something like that, and just lost focus, and that's all it takes. If he'd have done that in turn one, it'd been a race over. So fortunate break for him there. He's going to climb out of the car, or maybe not. Maybe he's just doing a regular pit. We'll have to see. A lot of smoke there on the brakes as he's coming into pit road. But great battle between Eric Teskey and Brian Cox just a little earlier, in case if you're just joining us. This is the ILMS race at Daytona. And we're getting a report from pit road that Teskey spun in 6, got a cut tire, and that was why he was having so many issues and decided to pit. He is on pit road now. You're watching him there. Great battle that he had with Brian Cox a little earlier. Let's take a look at some of the other contestants in the field. You see Carlson coming into pit there. Let's see. I think Ville Repo's back in the car. It looks like he is, and he is currently behind Malik Lund. You see Raymond Vera there in the P2 car behind Ville Repo, yeah, apparently Teskey spun, cut his tire, had to pit, and that's why he missed the chicane. And very smart move for him to just go ahead and run through it and get to pit road as quick as you can, as safe as you can, without any more damage, and get those tires changed out, fuel up the car, take a swig of whiskey or whatever it is you need to be able to race, and get back on the track. And now as I'm looking at timing and scoring, there aren't really any battles on track. They're any less than 8 seconds. The closest one shows to be 8.7 seconds between Salvo Sardina and Paul Schumann, or Daniel Pizzo, it looks like. So this would be a good opportunity to go through there. You see Schumann right there. Go through some of the field, show some of the other cars on track that maybe we haven't seen as much of. Here's a look at Garrett Diddock in the Can-Am Enduro C60 Judd. He is currently 28 seconds back, it looks like, of Eric Schmieder in third position overall. So definitely still within grasp. We're only about half distance now. We've still got about 4 hours left. Garrett Diddock and the Can-Am Enduro crew could quite feasibly work themselves back up onto the podium spot. They've still got a shot at it. So, and just a little ways down from them, about 30 seconds back of Can-Am, is the Northern Lights entry of Malik Lund, excuse me. Northern Lights Racing, the Acura, the LMP1 Acura, and those guys have been running pretty steady around that 4th, 5th, or 6th mark just about all race long. And now we're taking a look at Fiorino Di Lauro, the Karachi's Cobra Racing P1 entry in the Acura. Currently in P7 overall. Looks like they are about 7 laps out of the lead. They are currently 3 laps down from P6, but we got 4 hours left. You know, anything can happen. And the Karachi's Cobra guys, they're going to stay in the race. They're just going to keep going around. You see him behind Lund there, who's a couple of spots in front of him. Lund currently in 5th, De Lauro in 7th, but and a 4-lap difference. But, you know, if he can hang on to... Well, I was going to say if he can hang on to Lund, he might be able to work his way, get some time back. But run a little wide there out of 7, and that's definitely going to hurt his drive. But they're just running their race and waiting for it to come to them. There's all kinds of things that happen, and you just never know what's gonna go on during the course of an endurance race like this. And now we take a look at the LMP2 leader. This is Joseph Mudrak with R4R Motorsports. Hasn't been in any real battles for the last couple of hours at least. The R4R crew, they've just been running steadily up front. Took it over from early leaders, Northern Lights, in the Mazda, and been looking really, really strong. They haven't. They've been staying out of trouble, just minding their own business, running around, getting through traffic good. You see Jimmy Allison there behind him, your early leader in the LMP2 class, Northern Lights Mazda, driven by Jimmy Allison. He's currently following Mudrak, but Mudrak's in first position in P2. The Northern Lights crew is down in P5 now, having just swapped. They are, it looks like, 2 laps behind the leaders. So it's possible. There's 4 laps left, or 4 hours left at least, and it's possible that they could do it. But you know, they're going to have to be smart about it. I know Allison would like to get in front of Mudrak and get a lap back, but we'll see if that's going to happen or not. Mudrak running real smooth. In the lead for the LMP2 class for R4R Motorsports. And of course, that Northern Lights crew, I'm now hearing from pit road. I hadn't been following exactly where they were. I think they were actually in P2 or maybe P3 in the LMP2 class, but getting word from pit road that they had some problems getting with the driver swap going on in pit road. So that cost them quite a bit of time, and they dropped all the way down to the position that they're in now, which is 5th in class. They were up to second. They were up in second or third at the time of the pit. So that's why Northern Lights has dropped down. And currently 4th in the LMP2 class is Raymond Vera of DesafioVirtual.com racing in the Acura, the ARX-01B, number 77, Raymond Vera. And he is currently in 4th position, about 4 seconds behind Strand, and about 30 seconds in front of Jimmy Allison, one of your early leaders. So we could have us a battle shaping up here, although the gap with Strand just went up to 5.3 seconds. So that could be traffic, though, or Strand might be getting on the gas and pulling away a little bit. We'll have to see. But we know Jimmy Allison was in front of both of these cars at least, and we know he's going to be closing. So I look for that 30-second gap to be down to about 20 seconds within who knows how long. Oh, and now Raymond Vera is in the pits, so definitely Jimmy Allison's going to go past Raymond Vera, and now it'll be interesting to see. He's probably about 35 to 40 seconds behind Strand, and we'll have to see if he can close on Strand for that battle for the final podium position in LMP2. Now we see Thomas Manrique coming through turn 1, just behind Raymond Vera exiting pit road. So you see Vera there in front. This is a battle for position. This battle now is going to be separated by about, let me see, hang on. Actually, that's going to be the battle for 5th position. Let me get my timing updated here. Okay, it looks like Raymond Vera actually has a lap on Thomas Manrique, so he was able to come out with the lap in front of Thomas. So that's not going to be a battle that's going to shape up anytime soon, unfortunately. But he is back on the gas and maintaining about 3 seconds behind Jimmy Allison. Jimmy Allison about 38 seconds behind Matt Strand for the final position, or the final podium position in P2. We're going to have to keep an eye on that gap between Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera, because it's ebbing and it's flowing. It looks like Jimmy might be getting the better of it for the time being, though. And Manrique is in the pits. Manrique driving the Spider for Deuce's MC, and they're having a pretty decent run. Currently pitting from 6th position, though. Now let's see where the Nexus car is that Mike Erickson is driving. He is coming around the banking. He is... yeah, he is on the same lap as Manrique, so he might be able to get around him. You see him there coming into the chicane. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. It's going to depend. Oh, and it looks like Manrique... looks like Deuces is changing drivers. Luis De Boni will take over for Thomas Manrique, sorry. And Mike Erickson there can get out before them. Let's see, nope. Lewis is going to get out way before. So even with the driver swap, they're still going to keep a pretty healthy gap, although this is going to be one of the closer races on track now, as it looks like Mike Erickson is only about 13 seconds behind. So we'll have to keep an eye on this battle between Erickson and Nexus and Luis De Boni with Deuce's MC. They're currently at about 13 seconds or so, and one of the closest battles on track. And I'm receiving word from timing and scoring. We are just past the halfway point. So I guess I called it a little bit early, but this is a long race. We've got a little less than 4 hours now. They're just past the halfway point, and anything can happen, folks. We've already seen it happen so far this race. We've had some really good battles. I'm sure some of that will shape up to have some really great battles again. But for now, some of the closer battles on track. We've got a 9-second battle between Brents. Looks like Brents is closing up on Mudrack. He's within about 9 seconds now. Raymond Vera about 5 seconds behind Jimmy Allison, trying to make some ground on Allison, but Allison is holding steady there. Fakes is about 34 seconds behind Von Steinen. And we got looks like Ville Repo got in front of Malik Lund. I apologize, I missed that. And it looks like Mudrack and Brents. Looks like Brents just took the lead in LMP2. I'm not sure what happened to Mudrack. Did he pit or did something happen? I'm not sure. I missed it. I just saw it on timing and scoring. Let's see where Kevin Brents is at. Brents is not too far in front of Mudrack. So Kevin Brents, I'm not sure what happened to Mudrack, if he had some kind of an incident with another car or if he spun out. Let's see. Somebody's telling me to rewind. I think I know how to do that. Let's go to Mudrack. Turn one. You can see here the replay. You see Mudrat coming in. He's not really close to anybody. Oh, somebody locks up in front of him. It was Bonatti. Oh, man. Huge break for the 05 Motorsports team as Joseph Mudrat gets caught up in Bonatti's incident in turn one. Didn't have anywhere to go. Jimmy Allison on the inside. Bonatti just runs straight through him. That's going to let Kevin Brent's come on past. You see Raymond Vera there. You see some other guys streaming through. Here comes Brent's, and and then Mudrat spun it out on the gas. So that's how it happened. And now, but Mudrat is going. Looks like he's going to have to pit. So he's got some major damage. It looks like I can rewind after all. Hey, I might have to start trying to chew that gum while I walk again. Maybe I won't knock out any teeth this time. And due to this incident, of course, it looks like Strand is going to get a lap back, and now be with Satellite, and now be maybe on the same lap that the R4R Motorsports team is on. Brents was catching up to Mudrack anyway, but it was about 10 seconds until that incident. Very, very unfortunate incident for R4R Racing. That hands the lead back to 05 Motorsports and Kevin Brents. And now Matt Strand hoping to maybe get as much gap back as he can and keep it off, and maybe see if they can get that Satellite car back up around R4R for P2 in the P2 class. And now we've got a battle here between Raymond Vera and Jimmy Allison. This is the gap. It's less than half a second. And this is the fight for P5 in the LMP2 class. And you see the leader, Von Steinen, coming up behind him. Of course, we've had all kinds of issues. Northern Light, Jimmy Allison and Northern Lights were the early leaders. You see Raymond Vera there making the move into the chicane. Almost runs a little too wide. Manages to hang on to it, though. Allison losing a lot of ground. I'm not sure what's going on with Allison, but he lost a ton of time there. I think maybe he was watching Von Steinen come up behind him. Of course, Allison and the Northern Light Racing Mazda, they were the early leaders for many laps for the first hour or so, maybe, in the P2 class. So they've had a bit of some bad luck in the pit swaps, and now they've gone down to P5 overall. He came out of the pits there, I think, got that position back from Vera maybe, and now Vera has gotten back around Jimmy Allison. So this is a good battle that may continue on as soon, if providing that Allison can get back up there with Raymond Vera. And now we take a look at this battle between Kenneth Hollefleur and Jimmy Halverson. Jimmy Halverson just in front. I don't know if we can see Hollefleur on the screen just yet. The gap says it's about, well, it's less than a second. It's about 7/10. Let's see where Kenneth's at. Whoa, I'm looking at the old info in timing and scoring. Man, I hated that. Okay, so no battle there. Let me disconnect and reconnect my R factor monitor. Alright, now I have up-to-date information. I hope. Okay. Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera are going back at it. I think Allison has collected himself and has closed back up on Vera and is getting ready to challenge again. The gap shows to be about half a second, give or take. Well, now it's up to almost a second, so we may be seeing aero damage on the Northern Lights car, but he definitely was within about 0.3 of a second there before we picked up the feed. The other closest battle we have on track is about a 5.5 second scrap between Luca Bonatti, who unfortunately we got a glimpse of when we saw the P2 leader Joseph Mudrak with R4R Motorsports get into him into turn one. Bonatti having lost it on the brakes, or maybe we didn't rewind far enough. Somebody might have caused Bonatti to have an issue. It may not have even been his fault. But anyway, we saw him on screen earlier, and he is in this little scrap with Rodney Wingfield. Oh, and wow, we just had another moment there, and Jimmy Allison is going to go by Raymond Vera to take back that spot. As I'm looking at time, why does everything happen when I look at timing and scoring? Hello, come on guys, y'all are missing your cues. When I look at the screen, then you wreck. When I look at timing and scoring, you just hold pat. We've been over this, I don't know how many times. Okay, ran over. So we were almost looking at a good battle there between Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera, but that didn't last as long as we had hoped. Let's take a look at Luca Bonatti and give him a good opportunity to shine in a better light than what we saw earlier. And here you see Bonatti trying to chase down Wingfield. He's about 6.5 seconds back. And, looking to make up some ground. You see the traffic coming through. There's Didak and Merlino coming in now as well. Bonatti driving the Ferrari. Not sure what happened with him in the turn one, but for some reason he was just kind of parked into turn one. And then the P2 leader, Mudrak, didn't have anywhere to go. Got into the side of him, and that gave 05 Motorsports Kevin Brents all the opportunity he needed to reclaim that lead. And Bonatti there just having a little bit of a moment when Strand goes through. Excuse me. Sometimes I forget to drink. A little water never hurts anybody. Bonatti having a bit of a moment in turn one when Strand went through, swung it a little bit wide there. And I'm not sure, that may have been what happened with the incident earlier. Looks like he's driving pretty steady though. Other than that, but I'm betting you that's what happened earlier when we saw him parked in turn one. I bet it had to do with traffic. It's so. Oh wow! Now that's not traffic. That just he lost it on the brakes there. I'm not sure. Maybe he's got some problems with the car. I was gonna say I bet you it happened with the traffic because it's so hard to judge. You know where to go and when to get on the brakes and when to go for it and when not to, especially at night. But that just looked like he lost it on the brakes there. So maybe he's got maybe they got an issue with the car. Maybe the wrong tire choice given the temperatures and it being at night, or maybe just a little too much rear brake bias. I don't know. But you see the leader Von Steinen going through there, looking smooth as ever. Just wait until after the chicane, then just power it out. He's currently got about 40 seconds on Robert Fakes. So Von Steinen with a 40-second lead over P2. It's still reasonable to say that gap could shrink because we've got just a little less than halfway left. Now for the other guys in P1, it may be a bit tricky because we've got in P3 Dave Jordan is 2 laps back. Garrett Diddick is also 2 laps back and actually only about 5 seconds behind Dave Jordan. So that might be a battle we need to keep our eyes on. And see if that shrinks or increases. We've also got, Brents is in the pits. Mudrack is going to retake this lead, it looks like. Having pitted shortly after that incident. So now there's Mudrack. Looks like the 05 Motorsports team is handing it over to Tim Brook. Brook in the pits. Mudrack continues on. Mudrack is going to retake that lead. And Brooks, looks like Strand is going to get by Tim Brook. I'm watching as everybody streams through. I'm trying to watch timing and scoring as well. Strand is going to take over the P2 spot in LMP2. Let's see where Tim Brook comes out. Oh, wow. Oh, please say that isn't so. I don't see him anywhere. There's Jimmy Allison coming around the banking. Oh, no. And in-game it shows Tim Brook, DNF. Wow. 05 Motorsports has been knocked out of the race due to a driver swap in this game that everybody loves to be frustrated at. Oh, man, that is just heartbreaking. They did all that, climbing all the way to the top, had to get a bit of luck come back their way to retake the lead. Allison's had some bad lucks. R4R and Mudrack has had some bad luck. But it all started with 05 Motorsports having some bad luck with Kevin Brents. And then now 05 has had some more bad luck, and they have failed to swap drivers. And so they are DNF'd out of the lead, the LMP2 lead. And now I'm getting reports from Pit Road that Mudrack may not have gotten those repairs or didn't get all the repairs that he needed, because it looks like the satellite crew is gaining on them. I'm trying to get the timing and scoring to update here real quick. We show a gap of about 30 seconds right at the moment. But it is shrinking from what I've been told. Raymond Vera Still trying to get back around Jimmy Allison. Jimmy Allison locking him up into turn 1, though. Here comes Vera. I was just going to say Raymond Vera about 2 seconds back of Jimmy Allison. Not any longer, as Jimmy Allison made it a point to erase that gap that he had, and he's in trouble. He runs way wide there into 3. Raymond Vera is going to take that spot back. So all of a sudden we get a little bit of excitement there between the LMP2 contenders, Northern Light Racing and DesafioVirtual.com. Wow, thanks for that hard name to say, fellas. And Raymond Vera is going to take that spot back. That is for the last podium spot. Now that 05 is out, these guys are duking it out for P3 in the LMP2 class. And just as I'm trying to look at timing and scoring, they do it again. Okay, he's not looking. Let's do something exciting. Yeah, thanks a lot. So now I'm trying to look at the gaps, i.e., hello fellas, don't do anything exciting. And the gap between Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera now is about 1.2 seconds. So, and the gap between Satellite and R4R has decreased a little as well. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this Raymond Vera and Jimmy Allison battle, because these guys just keep going back and forth. But Jimmy Allison looks like he might be in a bit of trouble from what we saw that last lap. Let's just take a look at it for a while and enjoy the sounds of these cars as they go around this Daytona circuit. And now we take a look at this little battle that's shaping up here between Garrett Diddick with Can-Am Enduro in the Judd versus Dave Jordan of Deuces Motorsports in the R10. Diddick, it's ebbing and flowing from about 2.5 to 2 seconds here the last couple of laps, as these guys have gotten a little closer together. Diddick trying to make inroads into the Deuces Motorsport entry. Currently the last and final podium spot in the P1 class. So if Didick could get that Can-Am Enduro Judd up onto the last rung of the podium, that would certainly make that team very happy. Of course, Dave Jordan is going to do everything in his power to make sure that that does not happen. And you see a little bit of smoke there from the lockups that Dave Jordan is experiencing on the brakes. Didick seems to be holding steady at about 2.5 seconds now. Jordan getting on the gas and keeping that gap about the same spot. So these guys are not... the gap isn't really closing or increasing too much. It's just kind of staying anywhere from around 2 to 2.5 seconds for the most part. Now as we take a look from Dave Jordan's point of view, coming up on traffic, of course traffic plays such a huge part in these endurance races, especially when you're talking multi-class. We got 3 classes on track. You got the LMP1s, you got the LMP2s. Didick there almost getting hampered by Fleming. Fleming, I think, saw him and swung a little wide in there, had to cut back to make the circuit, and Didick might have had something a little warm and steamy in his shorts with that, but hopefully not, because that makes for an uncomfortable ride. Dave Jordan, though, looking pretty smooth up front. Didick trying to close the gap, but as I was saying, the traffic so hard in these multi-class races, and there's 3 distinct classes here. You got your LMP1s that are just super high horsepower aero machines. You probably could drive them. They probably fly in outer space, and we just don't know it because of the restrictions. Then you got the P2s, which are not quite as powerful, but actually seem to handle even better than the P1s. And then you got the GT cars, based on road cars, high horsepower, street cars, basically. Not quite your grandma's minivan, but in comparison to these aero machines, they can sometimes seem like it in the mid corner where they slide a lot more than these cars do. So it's very tricky racing in the multi-class racing, but Jordan seems to be getting the better of traffic now and has increased the gap to about 3.5 seconds over Garrett Didick. So we see we still see the gap between Raymond Vera and Jimmy Allison somewhere around the 2-second mark. That's staying pretty steady. Mike Erickson and Luis De Boni about 11.5 seconds. There's some good battles on track, but they're just not right under each other's wings. We got a nice little 10-second margin between Luca Bonatti and Rodney Wingfield. And actually, I think that might be less than what it was earlier. Mike Hirsch and Lanny Hall about 9 seconds. So there's some good battles throughout the circuit. We still got 3.5 hours left, maybe. I'm not exactly sure. But Dave Jordan runs it wide there again as I'm looking at the timing and scoring. And Garrett Didick is all over Dave Jordan suddenly. Man, everybody just loves to burn me on the looking at the timing and scoring. I'm just going to have to shut up whenever I go look over there and just hope for the best. Cross my fingers, whatever, pick my nose, something, I don't know. So I got to change something up because everybody keeps doing the cool stuff whenever I'm looking away, and that makes for really poor commentary. Not that it's overly professional to begin with, but hey, you're getting as good as what I'm getting paid for, which is not nothing. So it's it's free service just for my own enjoyment as well as yours. But now we got Dave Jordan and Garrett Didick in a real battle here. The gap is showing about 0.6 seconds now. Dave Jordan in the Deuces Motorsports ride. That is an Audi R10. We got Garrett Didick in the Can-Am Enduro C60 Judd in P4. This is for the final podium spot in the P1 class, and Didick getting a really good run up there behind Jordan. Jordan trying to use a little bit of a block here, but Didick's getting a pretty good run. I don't know. Yeah, Didick's going to the inside, and now he's going to use traffic for a block of his own there, and he's going to make that pass on Dave Jordan. Let's see if Dave Jordan can fight back. He tries to fight back around the outside of 1. It's not going to happen, though. Let's see if we can get him into 3. Diddick got a really good drive through there. I don't think Jordan's going to be able to do it on the brakes. He closes way in, tries to do it, slides just a little bit, almost come together, but Diddick is going to make that move stick thanks to that little bit of a mistake from Dave Jordan. And now Dave Jordan is going to have to stay on him here, try to get up under his wing. As they head onto the bank, and you see Jordan closing way up on the brakes there, so he's definitely going to try to set himself up to get a good clean drive onto the banking, but they got traffic in front. And as we know, the traffic is hell, and that is actually Phil Roberts in the Formula Racing entry. That is, let's see, he is a lap in front of these guys, but they're fixing to fight their way and get that lap back over Phil Roberts in the Formula Racing, so we could actually, given the time that's left in this race, have us a real battle actually for P2 overall, unless Phil Roberts can step it up and get it going, but... Now, as we see the traffic there, I was going to say, it looked like Jordan got balked just a little bit, and Garrett Diddick maybe getting away. I'm not sure what kind of aero packages these guys are running. If Diddick can use Roberts for a pick, that would be awesome, because if Roberts stays within a certain proximity, you're going to get blue flag, being that he's almost a lap ahead, and if Diddick can get away from him, but Jordan can't, that would put a huge gap over the deuces Audi for Diddick, and Diddick so far has gotten through on Roberts. Doesn't look like he's really getting away, though. He might be getting blue flagged and have to go back. We'll have to see what's going to happen here. Jordan is hanging tough, though. He's not able to get around Roberts just yet, though, but I know he's going to slingshot by him, maybe into the chicane. He may wait until the start-finish line. It's all going to depend on on where the cars are positioned and how Diddick is running on the banking. The smart thing would be to stay with to go ahead and do it right away if you can do it safely. But of course, into the chicane is really, really tricky. It's really not an area that you want to pass unless the other driver knows absolutely where you're at all times, because it can. Oh, and look like Roberts there was kind of staying to the left. I don't know if and Roberts turns into Jordan. Jordan tries to go through on him. Roberts didn't see it. I was wondering if Roberts knew exactly where Jordan was. I just said this is not the place where you want to try to make a pass, but Jordan really has no choice. He's him and Diddick are both faster, it seems, than Phil Roberts at the time. He's trying to hang on. This is for the last podium spot in P1. I just think Roberts did not see and know exactly where Jordan was. Even with the lights, it's hard to tell exactly where the person is, and Jordan is in danger of losing touch with Garrett Diddick in the Can-Am Enduro Judd. And if that happens, it may be a hard road to fight getting that position back. But Jordan was in third position overall and in the P1 class. Garrett Diddick was able to take advantage of a mistake by Jordan and work his way past the Deuces Motorsports rider. And now Jordan is fighting for all he's worth to get back up there and catch that slipstream so he can get that position back from Diddick. And now it looks like they got a little bit of a clear road in front of them here. But Garrett Diddick is definitely not really giving up any ground to Dave Jordan. Jordan trying to get that position back. Made just the tiniest of mistakes. I was looking at timing and scoring, so I didn't really see exactly what happened. But Diddick was able to get up under the wing of Dave Jordan, catch that slipstream, and sneak by him in the banking section. And now Jordan desperately trying to get back up there with Garrett Diddick so he can get that spot back, because if I know Dave Jordan, he knows he belongs on the podium, and he wants that spot back, and Garrett Diddick can't have it. But Garrett Diddick is saying, nah, baby, you can't have it. It's mine now. You gave it to me, and I'm keeping it. You can't have it. So But Didick makes a little bit of a mistake there, locking him up on the braking. And now Jordan is almost in a position where he can catch that slipstream if he can just get this corner a little bit better than Didick. Let's see. Didick gets through there pretty good, though. Gets a really good drive out. Jordan does too, though. He's not going to be close enough, I don't think, to catch the air. And Jordan is really, really close. Not quite under the wing of Garrett Didick. If you just tuned in, Dave Jordan was in third position overall. Had a bit of a slip. Garrett Didick was able to get up under the wing of Dave Jordan and slide around. And looked like somebody there lost it on breaking into one and actually is blocking the pit exit. But Garrett Didick was able to get around Dave Jordan. Now Dave Jordan has really closed up the gap the last couple of laps, putting in a couple of flyers, and Garrett Didick is in danger of losing that last podium spot in the P1 class back to the satellite driver. So Jordan definitely getting a really good run through there, and hoping if he can just get up under the wing of Garrett Didick, he might be able to catch that slipstream. He's closer than he was last lap, but it looked like Didick might have got just a little bit better drive. So I'm not sure if Jordan's going to be close enough this time. If he catches just a little bit of air, it might suck him up to the position he really needs to be in by the time they get to the chicane. But it doesn't look like it's happening. It looked like they both got a pretty good drive through the chicane. Jordan, once again, a little closer than the lap before. I don't think he's close enough to really get by Didick into turn one, though. He's going to be close. We saw him close way up at the end of the straightaway and into the brakes for turn one. Here he comes again, a little bit on the outside. He's going to try to chop the corner and maybe get a good run up into three, but I don't think he's close enough to do it just yet. Didick's going to swing to the right, protect the inside, and Jordan's going to use a little bit of a line advantage to close the gap once again on Garrett Didick. These guys now, for the last 3 or 4 laps, have been separated by less than half a second, and they're actually not getting a lot of traffic right now either. So, you see Fleming off the circuit there. They're not getting a lot of traffic, so they've actually had like 2 or 3 good clean laps to where it's been almost just them. Jordan getting a good drive there. That judge just really hunkers down and accelerates out of the turn, though. You can see Didick losing the gap to Jordan into the corner and gaining it right back when they get on the gas. And if Jordan could just get just a little bit closer, he might be able to get that spot back. But I don't think he's going to have to be pretty close because he's been about this far away the last few laps, and it doesn't seem to be able to give him enough of a draft to swing on by this Judd. And now I'm being told from pit road that we have a battle once again in P2. There's Jordan closing in again on the brakes on Garrett Didick, but Didick able to hold off. And once again into 3, we see Jordan getting really close. I'm going to swap over to, I'm looking at the gap. We got Raymond Vera, Jimmy Allison, and Matt Strand all together again in P2. Let's see. I'm going to stick with this just a little bit longer and see where Jordan is on the banking and see if it looks like he's going to be able to make a move or not. You see Didick locking up the brakes just a little bit there. Dave Jordan getting real close. And this time, I don't see the huge gap or the huge gain in ground on the acceleration that we saw before from Didick. So Jordan, this may be his best shot. I don't think it's going to happen before the chicane, though. They come around the bank section, and Jordan's maybe looking... No, he's going to wait till after the chicane. Oh, runs it in a bit wide, though, and loses touch with Didick. He lost the arrow there on the brakes, and Didick is away. So it's going to be a couple of more laps, and Jordan's going to have to work his way back up to that battle. Let's swing over now then and look at the battle for the LMP2 lead between Joseph Mudrak, Matt Strand, and Raymond Vera. And I believe Strand was pretty close to being in the lead if he wasn't already. And I think Jimmy Allison's right there with all of them as well. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Mudrak is way out in front. The battle is between for P2 and LMP2, and it's Matt Strand, Raymond Vera, and Jimmy Allison, and they're all pretty much right here within about 4 seconds, the whole three of them. So you see Strand there. Vera's name pops up on the screen. Jimmy Allison is right behind him.
You were poked.
And somebody tried to send me a message, but I missed it, unfortunately. It looks like we've got, let's see, Dave Jordan is still listed as being behind Didick. Matt Strand and Raymond Vera are pretty close to each other, though. Jimmy Allison just a little bit behind. Here's Raymond Vera. There you see Jimmy Allison. If somebody can send me that message again, that would be great. It does not look like Raymond Vera is going to be close enough to catch the draft on Strand. I don't know, though. Strand running it a little bit narrow. Raymond runs it a little bit wide, but he did get a good drive through it. And now he is right up under the wing of Matt Strand, getting a good amount of air in the slipstream there is Raymond Vera. But what's going to happen when he pops out? We've seen this happen so many times. If he doesn't time it just perfect, he's just going to sit there and go nowhere. He's going to have to do it into the brakes, but it doesn't look like Matt's going to make him go around the outside. Matt's not giving him any line to the inside. Vera tries to cut it back, but right now the point is Matt Strand's. And we check back up with Garrett Didick. And it looks like Dave Jordan has dropped about 2.5 seconds back. So for the time being, Jordan has lost that toe from Didick. So this battle, I'm sure, will continue. Though it looks like it's ebbing between about 2 to 2.5 seconds, maybe. But Dave Jordan is definitely hanging in there. But Didick has it for the moment, and they are catching Phil Roberts very, very quickly. Something wrong with the Formula Racing entry, and he may even be in the pits. Let me switch to his view real quick. No, Phil Roberts has not pitted, but the gap is increasing. No, the gap is increasing over the leaders. Phil Roberts is actually taking the lead. Now that Nexus is in the pits, and Garrett Didick and Jordan are about 80 seconds behind. Prado now is in danger of not really losing any positions to Didick and Jordan, but Phil Roberts has taken the lead for Formula Racing back where they started, and Nexus is ahead on the pit cycle. Though they're going to have to hope for some really good laps from Eduardo Prado. And Garrett Didick and Jordan are still in this dogfight, although Didick has about 2.5 seconds on Jordan now. Raymond Vera looks like has gotten by on Matt Strand. and we missed it, but Jimmy Allison is about 5 seconds back. So Jimmy Allison losing some ground. Matt Strand is still about a second and a half behind Raymond Vera. It's possible he could regain that spot, but he's going to need a little bit of help, I think, from some traffic. All right, a quick drink of water, and we're back at it. And I'm hearing from timing and scoring, it looks like the Nexus entry of Eduardo Prado and Von Steinen are out of the race. Looks like they have disconnected during a driver swap.
Poked.
Looks like they have dropped connection during a driver swap, and after leading a great deal of this race are done. We saw the same thing happen with 05 Motorsports. I'm not going to even mention anybody else because I don't want to jinx anybody, but there are some other people in the race that have had some little bit of good luck here, a little bit of bad luck there, and I hope it's not a matter of time where we start losing people due to driver swapping. But unfortunately, two of the big teams are gone. Nexus 6, after leading, 80% of the race so far, are out. 05 Motorsports, after clawing their way all the way back into the lead, out. And it's just unfortunately something that we have to deal with when it comes to the internet and the connections within the game server. It's it really sucks. As I try to get my timing and scoring to reset, we've got a new lead overall. Phil Roberts. Dave Jordan has retaken P2. We've seen another driver swap. Dennis Morissette in the Can-Am Enduro has taken over for Garrett Diddock. And we'll have to see through pit rotation if Jordan can get that gap back after losing that final podium spot. Of course, now these guys are going to be duking it out for P2 overall because of the misfortune of the Nexus 6 racing outfit of Eduardo Prado, and I believe that's Ron Van Steinen. After leading 80% of the race thus far, at least, maybe more. Formula Racing has been trying to fight their way back, but I'm sure they didn't want to win in that kind of fashion. But now Dave Jordan and is going to be fighting Dennis Morissette. Ville Repo the other Deuce's entry, currently sitting in 4th position, but he's a lap down from Morissette. Morissette now showing a lap down from Jordan, but we know Jordan's going to have to pit. Then in the P2 category, we have Joseph Mudrak currently leading by a wide margin. Matt Strand just took back over the P2 position with Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera in the pits. And so Matt Strand is looking pretty good thus far as the pit goes. Surprisingly, Raymond Vera and the DeSafioVirtual.com entry has really done an outstanding job when you consider that they've pitted like 8 times and they're still 4th in class, challenging for 2nd in class at just a few minutes ago. So those guys are really doing well. And then we've got in the GT category, we have Stephen Bailey, who has just been a master all day long. From the very get-go, has been out on his own in his own class. P2 for the GT category is Karachi's Cobra Racing. Bob Merlino now at the helm of that car. They were 3rd early on behind the Northern Lights Racing GT40 of Kenneth Halafur, I think is how you say it. But now Jimmy Halverson is in that car. During the driver swap, they did lose that position to Karachi's Cobra, and Ed Karachi and Bob Merlino have been able to hang on to that spot. But they're about 40 seconds ahead of the Northern Light duo, just behind them. So it's possible that Northern Lights has had some kind of issue. We've seen lots of moments with traffic. We've seen lots of great racing. We still got a lot of time left. Anything can happen, as you well know. It is dark outside. I'm not sure if the sun will come up before the race ends, but these guys are definitely having to maintain a high level of concentration and focus, because when the track is black and everything to the side of the track, all your reference points are not really visible, it makes it really tough. So your most of your braking and accelerating reference points had damn well better be on the track, because if you're driving in the dark, then that's some tricky business. And even with these lights, as high-powered as they are, it can be really, really tough. As we take a look here at Matt Strand, currently in P2 in the LMP2 class. And I thought, they were in a pretty close battle, but Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera had to pit. So that pretty much puts Matt out there by himself, trying to chase down Joseph Mudrak. But he's got he better find a minute, because that's about how far back he is. As I get timing and scoring to reset to look at some of these new gaps, we might be able to get, maybe we can get some of these drivers that have disconnected, unfortunately, to join me in the booth, maybe for some for an interview or let us know how some of the race was going or some of the stuff that was going on during the race before they got disconnected. We did have Ian Mills in the booth earlier, giving us a nice synopsis of his stints when he started the car, and of course I had Matt Strandon here giving me a synopsis of his race, and then he helped me do some commentary. So if somebody else wants to jump in the booth, the mic is open. There is a broadcast booth in TeamSpeak towards the bottom. So anyway, that goes out to whoever would like to hop in and say their piece, as long as it's not directed at anybody in a foul way or anything. I'm looking over timing and scoring now, and we have quite a few gaps over pretty much the whole field is spread out, except for about the closest gap we have is going to be in the GT class. Michael Bernberg over Noel Hibbard. So I'm going to look at Noel because we have not seen him today racing the Lost Wrench C6R. He's looking pretty smooth. What a fantastic looking car that is. Love the green lights on the door handle or whatever that's supposed to be shining off on the sides. Those are kind of cool. And I might have to install some of those on my own personal vehicle. Oh wow, and it looks like we have another DNF. I may have missed it. I don't know how many laps ago it was. Looks like Kenneth Hollefure with Northern Lights Racing in the GT40. We saw these guys hooked up and a great battle early on in the first quarter to first third of the race with the Caranchi's Cobra guys. Kenneth Hollefure and Ed Caranchi were going at it for at least the first two, maybe three stints. They were in a great battle, and now it looks like they are out of this race having DNF'd, and that is just horrible luck. Another one of the top teams gone due to the ineffectuality of Al Gore's quote-unquote invention, the internet. Yeah, anybody believe that Al Gore invented the internet? Yeah, whatever. But unfortunately, between the game, the internet, all the traffic and stuff, people lose their connection during driver swap, and it's just it's a sad affair when that happens to such a top. Well, any team, who cares? I don't care if you're top, if you're bottom, if you're number one, if you're 10th, if you're last on the grid, if you're 3 seconds off the pace. You know, when you put in a month's worth of time trying to tweak the car, set it up, get it going so it sounds good or so it works good, and then to have yourself disconnect, it's just it really bites. All right, a little bit of coffee, and we are back in business. So sometimes it helps to have a little bit of the go juice, even when you're not going anywhere. Just sitting here on my butt, watching this great race, and doing a little bit of fun stuff for me. And hopefully y'all are enjoying the commentary. I know it's certainly fun to watch the races go on, but it always seems to help a little bit better when somebody is talking, although I can't really say that I'm the most professional announcer or anything. I just certainly do this for fun. I enjoy it, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. We've had some good moments in the race. A lot of traffic there. That kind of freaked me out for a minute there, looking at that traffic coming out of the chicane. It almost looked like we were having a moment there. I guess it was just the angle that it looked at. We're currently following Noel Hibbert around. He is in one of the closer battles on track, even though he's not really that close. He's about, well, actually he is now. Let's see, something's going on there with Luca Bonatti. He was able to get in front of Bonatti. Bonatti was the next position, so Noel Hibbert was definitely able to take that position from Luca Bonatti. And let me just drop back to Bonatti's view and see if maybe he can do anything to try to get back around Noel Hibbert. I'm not sure what's going on with Bonatti's car, but he was in front of Hibbert, and now he is not. So I thought those cars looked like they were going pretty slow coming out of the chicane there on the banking. Bonatti looks like he's having all kinds of trouble suddenly, and Noel Hibbert able to get away pretty easily. So Bonatti's going to have to do something. And of course Lanny Hall is behind Luca Bonatti, but I believe Lanny Hall is a couple of laps back. But Lanny Hall will be looking, if Bonatti is struggling that much, Lanny Hall will definitely be looking to unlap himself, because there's a lot of time left, folks. There's got to be, I don't know, maybe we can get a word from Pit Road from timing and scoring. What's the official time clock at, and see how much time we have. But there's got to be at least 3 hours left, I would think. And Bonatti's, if he's in that much trouble, it's conceivable that Hall could get around, and the Old Dudes Racing team that Lanny Hall is a part of could maybe work their way back and get those 2 laps back from Nitro Sniffer Racing. Okay, we got Nitro Sniffer and Old Dudes, and wow, those aren't like hand in hand. No, I guess Nitro Sniffing is more of a young man's game. Anyway, so we've got Bonatti in trouble, losing the spot to Hibbert, and Lanny Hall looking, maybe he's not taking that spot though. I thought he would have maybe passed him. Maybe Bonatti just had a couple of moments. Bonatti's not really losing any more ground to Hibbert either. In fact, it looks like Bonatti may have gathered himself and getting back up to Hibbert to maybe make a challenge. So maybe Bonatti just had maybe he just had a moment and the car didn't feel right or something, but now it looks like he's back on it, and looks like Bonatti might be challenging Hibbert for that spot back, as we see Jimmy Allison coming through in the Northern Lights LMP2 entry, and I believe Jimmy Allison is currently in P3 in the LMP2 class. We got Strand leading, Ennis Dowdy in the R4R Motorsports. That's going to be some interesting battles shaping up. We saw those 3 going at it, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Of course, that was when I think 05 was in the lead earlier on at the very, very beginning of the race. And so we might see those 3 guys get into it again in the P2 class. But for now, Hibbert on top of Bonatti. Bonatti trying to get back. And let's look at timing and scoring, i.e., hello guys, don't do anything too exciting. I'm not going to be looking at the screen. Thank you. Let me look at timing and scoring and see if there's any other battles going on. And as I'm looking through timing and scoring, I'm being informed that there is just under 3 hours left in the race. It's been a long, hard-fought battle for a lot of these teams, and some of these drivers just can't seem to get away from each other. We currently have Phil Roberts with Formula Racing in P1. Eric Schmieder of Deuces Motorsports is in P2, but he seems to be closing pretty quickly on Phil Roberts. Let's see if we can take a look real quick where Roberts is at. Roberts is coming around the track here. The gap is about 45 seconds. That's lower than it was, I think, at any point here within the last hour or so. And then Morissette is still a lap behind the leader, but about 50 seconds behind Schmieder and Deuces. And, of course, Dennis Motorsports and Can-Am, they were actually challenging and in front of Dave Jordan for a brief moment before the pit rotation got him swapped back. Then in the P2 class, we have Matt Strand on top with Ennis Dowdy about 20-second arrears, and about a minute behind Dowdy is Jimmy Allison in the Northern Lights Racing. So, but these guys have all seemed to find themselves along the way. Oh, and you see Roberts getting a little squirrely there on the gas, slipping and sliding all over the place, and losing the back end a little bit. And then in the GT class, we still have Stephen Bailey on top. Bob Merlino with the Karachi's Cobras Racing still in the P2 spot in GT class. We've had some really good racing so far. We've had some bitter disappointments for some of these racing teams going through all this trouble, all this preparation to do these races, and then to lose a connection during the driver swap, or to have some other sort of malfunction occur, is just really heart-wrenching. And our thoughts definitely go out to those teams, because we've all been there, I think, at least once. If you've been doing this and you haven't been there yet, then you might as well just go ahead and I don't know what you could do that could make you feel that bad. But to prep for these things for like a month in advance and then get disconnected is just heart-wrenching. So I don't wish that upon anybody, but it's going to happen to everybody at one point or another. So now I'm looking at timing and scoring, and the gap between Schmieder in the Deuces car and Roberts in the Formula Racing has decreased to 41 seconds. And it looks like Strand is holding steady about 20 seconds over Ennis Dowdy. Let's take a look at Ronnie Orico with Karachi's Cobra Racing in the P1 class. I don't think I've seen Ronnie yet today. This may be his first stint, and you see him running right there in front of John Karachi in one of the other Cobra cars. So the guys are out in force, and Ronnie Orico running currently in P6 overall in the LMP1 class, and about 6 laps. I'm sorry. Never mind. I need to update my R factor monitor again. I keep forgetting that whenever somebody connects or disconnects that I have to reconnect it. Otherwise, I don't get the right names or the right gaps. So I don't know if that works the same for everybody or if it's just me. But I'm certainly glad that we have that tool. Because without it, I wouldn't be able to tell you guys who's gaining on who. I know sometimes I'm getting it wrong, but hopefully that can be forgiven. And the gap between Roberts and Schmieder still coming down drastically fast. Schmieder got to be lapping a second or better faster than Roberts at the moment. The gap is already down to 35 seconds from Phil Roberts to Eric Schmieder. Looks like Ennis Doughty has gotten on his horse a little bit too, and is starting to catch Matt Strand a little bit. And then we've got Raymond Vera about 3.5 seconds back of Jimmy Allison. That's been holding pretty steady though, but that is actually our closest battle on track until something happens between either Strand and Doughty or Roberts and Eric Schmieder. I know we've seen these two guys a lot because they've been just really racing pretty well, but let's take a quick gander at Raymond Vera, who is about 3 seconds behind Jimmy Allison. And I'm hearing word from some of the spotters that somebody has spun in the bus stop, although I don't know who it is, and I don't see anybody on the RF monitor in that area, which I know is there's a bit of a delay, but somebody said it sounded like an Aston. And something just happened there to Raymond Vera, I think, or no? Am I imagining that? Actually, Raymond Vera is gaining a little bit on Jimmy Allison, it looks like. So this battle is kind of shaping up right here. Vera getting dangerously close to striking distance from Jimmy Allison. The gap holding at about 1.5 seconds now. It was just about 2.5 seconds maybe 3 laps ago, but now suddenly Raymond Vera is closing in on Jimmy Allison in the Northern Light Racing Mazda. I'm not sure if Jimmy's having some tire issues, or maybe he's maybe having some tranny issues, maybe missing a shift here and there, maybe controller issues. I don't know. It could also be traffic. Here you see him setting up Pearson for a pick, but Vera says, who cares? Oh, there was somebody spun out in the middle. No wonder Vera was able to get through there. Pearson was slowing way up to make sure that he saw the traffic. I'm not sure exactly who that was. But Allison maintains his spot in front of Vera. I'll do a replay here in just a minute, and we'll see who that was. But Jimmy Allison in front of Raymond Vera, but they're really, really close now. Let's see who that was real quick. Oh, that was Lanny Hall. You see him there in the middle of the track. That was Lanny Hall, and that allowed Raymond Vera to get really close to Jimmy Allison here. And Jimmy Allison desperately trying to hold off Raymond Vera, but Raymond Vera is definitely in the slipstream, starting to look to the inside as they come across the start-finish line. Yes, Raymond Vera is going to have the inside as they head into the braking area for turn 1, but Jimmy Allison is still in front ever so slightly. He's going to try to cut it up and underneath, get a better drive up into 3, but Raymond Vera is going to take that spot thanks in part to the traffic jam that was there in, I believe that's 5, and unfortunately for Jimmy Allison, he's going to have to give it that spot to Raymond Vera. Vera's going to try to get away from Jimmy Allison, but I just don't see it happening. These guys have been stuck together in one way or another. The P2 class has. They just keep bouncing back and forth. And now we see, though, that the P2 leader, Matt Strand, is closing in on these guys, and they're definitely in danger of going another lap down, which they don't want to do. But Jimmy Allison losing that spot to Raymond Vera and going to try to get it back. And as I look at the gaps between Strand and Ennis Dowdy, they're holding steady at about 20 seconds. Schmieder is almost within 20 seconds of Phil Roberts. So I'm not sure what's going on with the Formula Racing, but the gap has closed tremendously within the last, say, half hour or so. And Schmieder has taken what was about a minute deficit and turned it into a 20-second deficit, and due in large part to some issues that Formula Racing is having with their car. But also, I know Eric Schmieder, a top driver, so he's putting down some good times, and it looks like Deuces really got their car set up and going quick here in these dark, cold conditions at Daytona. And the gap now showing at 19 seconds, so Eric Schmieder is closing all the time on Phil Roberts. And let's see, we still got Jimmy Allison trying to get back up in touch with Raymond Vera. They're still the closest battle on track, but we've got the battle for the lead overall now within 20 seconds. We've got the battle for the P2 lead right about 20 seconds. And after 5 or and a half hours of racing or so, 5 to 5.5 hours of racing, that's pretty dang good. So these guys are definitely sticking together and keeping it close. Jimmy Allison just losing that spot to Raymond Vera, though, is your closest battle on track. There's a couple of other ones. We've got Luca Bonatti steadily losing ground to Noel Hibbard once Hibbard got around, but still within about 16 seconds or so. And, of course, as we know with the traffic, anything can happen, and it does, unfortunately. So Luca Bonatti definitely has a chance, just as good as anybody else, to get back into the mix of things. And I'm getting word from pit road now that Phil Roberts is driving a damaged vehicle, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. They've obviously opted to stay out, not come in for repairs, maybe stay with their regular pit cycle and do it that way. But those guys are going to get repairs, and then the race is going to be on, because Deuces Motorsports, Eric Schmieder, has closed down to within not quite 15 seconds, but pretty close. And Dennis Morissette also with Can-Am Enduro Racing the Judd is also on the same lap. So we've got all three of our P1 cars leaders on the same lap, all the podiums. And then we've got the first two with the P2 race also in on the same lap. In the GT class, not so lucky there. It's been pretty much Stephen Bailey in the lead on lap 1, and then on lap 2 it changed to Stephen Bailey in the lead with about 10 seconds, and then on lap 3 it changed to Stephen Bailey in the lead with about 20 seconds. And anyway, let's just say he's lapped everybody in the GT field about 3 times. So good job on Mr. Bailey. And but the Caranci boys, Bob Merlino and Ed Caranci, they're definitely doing a good job. They're in P2 in the GT in the GT field, and they've got a huge 80-second gap over P3 Paul Schumann. Of course, now earlier on in the race, we saw a great battle between Hollefeuer and Karachi for P2 and P3 in the GT field, and that was a great battle that lasted a good hour and a half, maybe something like that. I mean, those guys were just at it the whole time, running smooth, not making any mistakes. And you see Schmieder here. Of course, let's look at the gap now. But that was a great battle. Unfortunately, Kenneth Hollefeuer, unfortunately, they got disconnected with the driver swap, and so they are out. And now we've got Schmieder here within 8 seconds of Phil Roberts. So I'm not sure what the pit schedule is, but Roberts and Formula Racing are definitely going to have to look at doing some repairs pretty quick, because and now it looks like Jimmy Allison is also closing back up on Raymond Vera. So we've got a couple of really good battles. I kind of want to stick with the Raymond Vera Jimmy Allison because they're closer to each other. But we've seen a lot of them. We haven't seen Schmieder yet. We haven't seen that much of Phil Roberts. We haven't seen that much of the battle up front, except for a brief moment when Formula Racing caught up to Nexus 6, Von Steinen, and now I'm gonna mess it up. Was it Mills or doggone it? Now I can't think of who it was. Anyway, they were right there into turn one, but unfortunately got into each other just a little bit. And now we're going to see it again here. The battle for the lead. This is going to be Eric Schmieder here within, I would say, I'm going to say it's within 3 or 4 laps. Schmieder and Roberts are going to be together, barring any pits. So we will keep an eye on that. You can see where Schmieder's at on the track. Coming just past pit entry, and now we see Roberts into turn one. So they are getting closer and closer and closer all the time. And now I'm being told that something may be going on with the LMP2 lead, that Strand may have some damage, although he's actually got a pretty good gap over Dowdy. It looks like it's actually gone up to about 26 seconds. Jimmy Allison and Raymond Vera are still within about a couple of seconds of each other. Somebody said a big mess into turn one, so looks like we might have missed something there. But seems like he's going okay now, and I don't see, or it doesn't look like he's really losing any time to Ennis Dowdy. So and Raymond Vera and Jimmy Allison, of course, still holding steady at about 1.5 to 2 seconds. Colin Pearson's a name we haven't really seen too much of today. I think he's one of the drivers that just came in kind of late, running one of the later stints here. Looking pretty smooth so far from what I can see in the Corvette. And trying to catch up to Eric Teskey, but he's got quite a bit of a gap to make up. It looks like, let me see if I can find Teskey here. Teskey has got about, well, it's only about 12 seconds. It's definitely doable, and it looks like Colin Pearson may actually be closing that gap to Eric Teskey a little bit. So Teskey better get on the gas here pretty quick, because Colin Pearson is definitely moving at a pretty steady clip. But now I'm going to head back up front, the battle for the lead. We've only seen it once or maybe twice today, but now we're going to step back with Phil Roberts, because Eric Schmieder is closing fast. It's down to within about 3 seconds, and I will keep an eye on these other gaps. There's Roberts there getting held up by getting into some traffic, and unfortunately caught him at the wrong time. Gap now shows at 2.9. So that's getting closer and closer. Raymond Vera and Jimmy Allison holding steady, 1.5 to 2 seconds. But Colin Pearson closing to within 8.5 seconds of Eric Teskey. That's going to be a battle that will be coming up shortly as we watch those two guys. They are on the same lap, and according to According to R Factor, it looks like they are going to be battling for 8th and 9th on the GT grid. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And now as we take a look on board Phil Roberts, you can see Eric Schmieder closing up there into turn 1. You see Roberts trying to get through there. You saw Schmieder look like he was just fixing to fly right through the wing of Phil Roberts because of the speed difference. You see Bonatti there getting out of the way, but Eric Schmieder is definitely close now. Gap in timing and scoring shows to be about 1.5 seconds, 1.9 seconds, and Schmieder is definitely going to be on Phil Roberts here shortly. I'm not sure when they are going to be pitting, but they're going to need to get some repairs and get them done quick because Deuces is all over him now. And barring any more incidents, barring any more incidents, we got 2 hours left in this thing, so who knows what can happen. But Schmieder is within about a second of Phil Roberts. You can see him on the screen there. Look how close he gets heading into the chicane. Roberts having all kinds of issues, and Schmieder's just going to blow right by him. Wow, Schmieder just blew right by him like he was just standing still. Roberts getting no kind of drive out of the chicane at all. He's got something wrong with the car, some suspension damage or something, and Schmieder just blows right by him. Oh, and then Schmieder has to pit. Roberts goes on through back into the lead. So really, I would imagine that those guys are going to take that cue from Deuces and maybe go ahead and pit now and get it over with and get the repairs. I don't know. I have no idea what their strategy is. I'm just speculating, but at least you know now who's on what pit cycle as far as the other team goes, and they know that they need those repairs. Schmieder's going to come out with fresh tires and a full tank of fuel, and he's going to be putting in some blistering times, and all you're going to do without getting the car fixed is go backwards. So I imagine if it were me, I would come in and get the repairs. But like I said, I don't know their strategy. We know Mills is super fast, and I imagine he'll be jumping back in the car at some point today. You see Roberts going through on Smolczewski. Let's just get an idea of how this car is affected. We know Smolczewski's riding in the P2 car. You see Roberts goes by fairly easy, but he's not really blowing the doors off that satellite Acura. So he has definitely not got the acceleration. Definitely doesn't have the top speed, and to me it didn't look like he really had the handling coming into and out of the chicane either, and so they desperately need to get that car repaired. Let's take a look at Eric Schmieder. He is already out of the pits, and almost a moment there in front of him, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens if Roberts is going to pit or if he's going to stay out again. And Roberts does not pit. So we show the current gap between Roberts and Schmieder at 54 seconds and closing. I can see it just counting down. So I guess they're going to stay on their strategy, take whatever time penalty they can, and just try to stay on it. We've still got at least probably about 2.5 hours left in this race, but Roberts and Formula Racing in all kinds of trouble. Schmieder came out still 23 seconds in front of Dennis Morissette, but Dennis Morissette on the lighter fuel load is actually closing in a little bit. So let's take a look back now at this battle. I know Colin Pearson, and we missed it. During all that stuff, we missed it. It looks like Bonatti is out of the car and Hirsch is in the car now, and Colin Pearson, who was gaining so much time on him, may not have even got to fight with him, because it looks like Hirsch may have taken over that car, and Colin Pearson is now way in front. And there's some debate going on from the spotters around the track about some of the vehicles and their pings, wondering if Bailey is still in the server. We don't know. We hope that he has not gotten disconnected. Maybe it's a glitch within the game. Certainly, if he got discoed or something, it would have shown. But it looks like we may have lost yet another top driver. Hard to say at this point. Hopefully, we can get some kind of confirmation out of that team and see if the Doug Henson Racing C6R is still a worthy opponent in the on the track. And now I'm also being told, speaking of top drivers, oh my goodness, Jimmy Allison with Northern Light Racing in the Mazda out of the race with a DNF, losing connection. Early leaders in the race. In the first third of the race, they led for probably at least a good hour or so, and that is such a heartbreaker. Another top team with the DNF from P4 in the LMP2 class behind Satellite, Desafio Virtual, and R4R. Really bad luck for that team.
User joined your channel.
All right, so we're getting confirmation. Bailey is still in the car, still driving the car. It's just a glitch in the game for some reason, not showing his ping. Freaked us all out. We still got one of the top drivers in the race, leading. The only driver I think that has. Or one of the only drivers that has led his class that hasn't gotten discoed. So the other ones being Formula Racing, which started in P1, and then I believe R4R has led for a lot of the race too. So fortunately, that is great news for him and his team, and we continue to look what's going on here with timing and scoring. Let me reconnect my RF monitor so I can get updated info. I do believe I heard my partner Matt Strand in the booth, so let's maybe he will join us here in a little bit as far as what's going on with that. I'm hearing some word that there might have been some sort of incident between Satellite and Desafio, so I don't know if I can get a replay of that or not, but we might see what happened there. I'm showing the current gap. Of course, Satellite was in the lead by about 20 seconds over the R4R group, but it looks like they have pitted, swapped drivers, and they are now currently in third and about 45 seconds behind Desafio. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we will try to find out for you. In the meantime, Schmieder has actually about 70 seconds behind Roberts, so not really gaining any ground there. And let's see what else. What other kind of races do we have going on? Thomas Manrique about 5.5 seconds behind Gabriel Legnini, so that might be a good battle that's going to shape up here in a little bit. And other than that, everybody's about 20 seconds plus over the competition. It's unfortunate, but we've had so many disconnects that a lot of the battles that were close, the participants are long gone and out of the race, and that's just really unfortunate. Matt, are you there, bud?
Yeah, but I just walked in. How's things going?
Going pretty good. Trying to follow around some of the action here. Unfortunately, timing and scoring shows that we've got quite a few people that are just not really even close to each other. About the closest battle we have on track is about an 8-second gap currently between Thomas Manrique, who we haven't seen a lot of, and Gabriel Legnini. So I'm going to show those two guys for a while. How did your second stint go? Tell us about how you worked, or how y'all were fortunate enough to work up into the lead in P2, because we've kind of seen that P2 battle bounce around back and forth all day. In GT, it's been all Bailey. In P1, we've had some swapping here and there, but we haven't had a lot of battles. But y'all haven't really been fighting for the lead in LMP2. It always seems like y'all are fighting for second, third, or fourth at the time. But for some reason, all four of y'all that are fighting for those top four positions have all been in the lead, minus Northern Lights, which just disconnected, unfortunately.
Yeah, I heard about their disconnect just as I was getting out of the car. It's a real shame because there was 4 of us up there battling after 05 dropped, and quite honestly, it was 05's race to lose. They had a lap on the field, they had the pit strategy going. Kevin was turning just some absolutely ridiculous times by our standards, and it was theirs to lose, and I don't know what happened. I thought I saw Tim in the race and then dropped. So that's a real shame for them. But for the other 4 cars that were up there battling for it, there was the Northern Lights, us, the Safio, and R4R, and all 4 cars had a different pit strategy. So it's real hard to figure out who's got to pit this many times and who's got to pit X number of times before the race is over still.
Well, it certainly made for some interesting battles on track as y'all have encountered each other through the course of this race. We're currently, as it currently stands, we've got Ennis Dowdy in the R4R Motorsports Acura in front, Raymond Vera in the DeSafio in second. He's about 50 seconds arrears from Ennis Dowdy. And then we've got Smolcheski in third, about 45 seconds back of Vera. So it seems like everything is spread out now again. And, of course, our closest battle on track, Manrique and Legnini, are about 14 seconds apart. So that gap is increasing. Legnini is walking away from a bit. Now we see the time start to come back a little bit from Schmieder and Roberts. It's down to 67 seconds. It was 73 a few laps earlier. So maybe now that Eric has gotten those tires warmed up, maybe they're going to start closing that gap again. He just took the lead from Roberts, who obviously has a bit of some damage, and but then he had to pit right away. So anyway, that's where we're at. And I was hoping maybe we could get some of the other drivers that have discode up in here, but nobody has stepped into the booth yet.
That's your cue, Jimmy. Come on, boss, jump in here. I know you're in the chat room.
Matt Strand calling out the big cheese.
Yeah, I saw when I was out there, I did notice that the P1 guys got spread out quite a bit, but when Eric went blowing by me, he looked like he was just flying, so he must be running down that lead car.
Yeah, he closed up on Roberts like
User
there was
your
no
channel.
tomorrow, and it was really amazing to watch. We know Roberts is damaged. I don't know if they've taken repairs even still, but Eric caught him, passed him, and then had to dive right into the pits. So now they're about 60-something seconds back, and it does look like we do have El Jefe, the chief, the big cheese, the boss man, Jimmy Allison, in the booth. How are you tonight, sir?
Well, could have been better.
it's unfortunate that you guys disco. That's always heart wrenching, but quite an interesting battle in the P2 field this race. As I was discussing with Matt earlier, it seemed like y'all weren't really ever battling for the actual lead. There was always somebody a little bit out front, but it was always a battle for P2, 3, and 4, and sometimes all three of y'all at the same time, and then all four of you guys have led the race at some point, and it's been quite an interesting ballet of leapfrog throughout the course of the event.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to get the smile off my face. It was pretty intense all through those first 3 hours or so. Then we got into some accidents, and well, yeah, it was fun. Great racing all through the classes, especially P2 was intense. I don't think I've ever had this much fun, so it was good.
Yeah,
I saw you guys got into quite a schmozzle there in the West hairpin. You, Ramon, there were a couple of GT cars. Care to elaborate on what happened there? There was 4 or 5 of you packed up.
Well, I don't recall that, to be honest. Turn 1 or?
No, in the second hairpin. It was towards the end of your last fuel run, I believe.
See how intense it is. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Well, it's certainly been a good event. Of course, it's always sad to see people lose their connections, drop out due to driver swapping and whatnot. But you got to have a pretty good feeling when your team is leading such a long period of time there in the beginning of the race. I'm sure that you said you couldn't get the smile off your face. I bet that does feel good, especially when you're in the same field with the likes of Kevin Brents. I mean, that's got to make you feel good.
Yeah, it did. Actually, we had the setup dialed in just 100% thanks to Steven and Thomas from Northern Lights. It was amazing. So, yeah, it was. Actually, I think it's the first time I've ever been in the lead in a class here. So, 3 seasons and finally in the lead. So, yeah.
Yeah, you guys had a serious shot at winning this race, but fortunate disco there, and now the 3 remaining P2 cars you're seeing on the broadcast. You've got Ennis leading with Smolcheski just behind him, who's actually in 3rd, and you'll see right there's Ramon. So all 3 guys, they're all completely different strategies and still all boxed together on the track.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. But I just have to say that I did not disco. I crashed to desktop, so probably a computer issue.
Oh, that's even worse. At least for me.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Jimmy, but congratulations
a new computer coming.
On you leading early on.
Thanks.
So did you call the computer store as soon as that happened and say, hey, I need this by tomorrow?
No, I'm just getting it in a month or so, so hopefully it'll be here for the next race. But before I go, I need to give you a big applause. It's really, really, really fun to watch the broadcast this time.
Well, thank you. It's fun for me, and I know it's fun for Matt, and he would probably be in here full time if he wasn't running in the car. But it's something we like to do. And whenever we're available, we'll try to do it from here on out if we can. But real quick, I want to go back to something you said, something about 3 seasons, and you think this is the first time you led. I thought they said you can't teach old dogs new tricks.
I just got lucky, didn't I? I don't know.
Well, congrats to that. Sorry about your disco again. And as we're shaping up here for the last couple of hours of this race, looks like we might have us a battle yet for the lead overall. Schmieder and Deuces are still trying to claw their way back up to the Formula racing duo of Phil Roberts and Ian Mills. So we'll have to see what's going on there. And then, of course, in the P2, who knows what's going to happen in P2 by now. I mean, everybody's led and at one point or another. So that's going to be interesting as well.
User left your channel.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. Of course, we've got Bailey just checking out in GT still. I think he's got 3 laps over Bob Merlino, who's in the Caranchi's Cobra Ferrari. Now, I heard something about Bailey having issues with the driver swap. I don't know if you covered that earlier or not.
No, I didn't. I guess I missed that. About who having issues with the driver swap? Bailey was trying to swap with somebody and couldn't?
Yeah, I thought I heard somewhere that Bailey is trying to swap and he's not able to, and he's in pain right now. He's needing to use the restroom for pretty much since the drop of the green flag.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he can get somebody to find him a coffee can or something and bring to him. He is showing on track, though. He looks like he's driving pretty steady. Like you said, he's just demolished the whole field so far. And anyway, you know, maybe somebody can help him out with something to go in during a pit stop or something.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, like you're saying, that overall lead battle, Schmieder is just absolutely chewing into Phil Roberts as he's got it down to 51 seconds right now, and their last lap speed, Schmieder had almost 5 seconds over Roberts, so he is just absolutely hauling the mail, as they would say.
Yes, that gap has gone down to less than 50 seconds, as you said. And as I take a look here at Eric Schmieder coming up behind, looks like Mike Smolczewski there in the satellite car. Schmieder has been flying the last hour plus and just really eating into everything that Formula Racing has built up through this entire event. And then, as I look through some of the other timing and scoring, it looks like Smolczewski is actually gaining on Raymond Vera. So I'm going to swap to that view real quick. Smolczewski down to within about 6 seconds of Raymond Vera. So I'm not sure if Vera's experiencing tire wear or what's going on with him, but Smolczewski's starting to claw his way back. I think there must have been some kind of a pit stop or something too, because Vera had quite a gap over the satellite crew. The DeSafio Virtual.com Acura was actually about maybe a minute ahead of satellite. So
yeah, that would make sense. And you see there's the R4R car of Dowdy just behind Smolczewski, so all 3 of them are on the same lap again. Ramon probably in good shape right now as he just came into the pits, and I'm pretty sure they've been changing tires, at least 2 tires every stop, because he comes out and he is just blistering quick from the word go as soon as he leaves pit road.
Yeah, and the gap actually looked like it was going down probably before the tires warmed up, but then I just saw it climb up to over 7 seconds. Now it's down back around 6.5 again, so definitely some ebb and flow there, but it looks like Raymond has got that got those tires up to temp and those brakes up to temp, and now it looks like he's able to hold Smolczewski off for the time being.
Well, I think what you're seeing is still that setup difference between the DeSafio car and the satellite car, as Vera has always just been real quick through the infield stuff, the bus stop, everything else. But then all the other cars seem to just get amazing runs on him around the banking. So definite setup differences there in the aero package between all the cars.
And of course, one of the other battles on track that's kind of evident flowing a little bit. It's at about 20 seconds, but I want to look at these guys real quick. We haven't seen a lot of them. We've seen some of their counterparts in the cars, but I don't think I've taken a look at Brian Hall yet, and there he is. About 20 seconds over Mike Hirsch. This is the Old Dudes Racing Brian Hall and the number 43 Old Dudes Racing Ferrari F30, and then Mike Hirsch and the 101 Acme Racing Vantage. And these these teams have been going at it pretty close to the back of the grid the whole race, but they've not really been letting each other off the hook. They've kind of been like those, like all the top four in the P2 class. They're just constantly reeling each other back in and making passes and running within seconds of each other, and that's always good to see, especially when you have such a long event as this 8 hours at Daytona.
And another little battle we got shaping up here. We got the Nexus 6 Racing Dome of Kevin Bannock and Mike Erickson. I believe Kevin Bannock just coming out of the pits, but he's got the Deuces Motorsport Porsche Spyder coming through the tri-oval, catching him quickly. So Thomas Manrique making in big inroads to the Nexus car, trying to get up there and battle for fourth in class.
And that'll be good to see. I'm receiving word also that it looks like Ian Mills has gotten back into the car through the pit rotation and is about 30 seconds behind Schmieder. So Deuces has taken over the lead. Ian Mills is back in the car though, and is about 32 seconds behind the leader Eric Schmieder. And it's going to be interesting to see how all this stuff plays out with the pit stops and stuff.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've got, I think, 2 hours and about seven or 8 minutes left. So it'll be good to see where these guys shake out with the rotations. How much further can Schmieder go? And will he be able to short fill on his last stop and take less fuel than Mills? Will Mills be able to work it out for him? Just going to have to see here in about 2 hours.
And something is happening in P2. It looks like timing and scoring is showing Smolczewski right behind Vera. So something has happened to Vera maybe, and the gap is now within 1 second. We see Ramon Vera here coming around the start-finish straightaway, and Smolczewski on the outside into turn one. Looks like he's going to try to outbrake him. He did outbrake him, but he might have outbroke himself too. No, he manages to hang on to it around the outside. Great move there from Smolczewski on Vera into turn one. So he's going to take that spot from Vera. That's going to move the satellite crew up into P2 in the P2 class. So you see Smolczewski running a bit wide there, but Vera definitely had no defense for that move around the outside from Smolczewski. He's just going to hang here now and see if he can get that draft back and maybe get around the satellite car as they head back up into turn one.
Yeah, great rim shot by Mike. Well done, buddy. Just don't wreck it while I'm watching. As you see Ramon in that extra downforce he's got just sucking up through turn 7, but then he's really got nowhere to go around this banking. He's just got to sit there and draft Mike as best he can, stay as close as he can, coming up and hopefully make a move into turn 1 or into the East Horseshoe.
And we saw this battle a little bit earlier in the event. I'm going to say around hour 2 maybe or so. I don't remember exactly when. Same scenario, but I believe it was you in the car. And was it also Ramon at that time?
No, Montero was still in the car the first couple hours of the race, and yeah, it was same scenario. I managed to run him down when he had a small moment with a GT car, and I was able to get around him, and then as soon as he got by me and broke the draft, though, he just took off and was gone. But you see Ramon getting really tied up and gets into the back of Dennis Morsetti. That is your third place P1 car that we just saw go off down there in turn 1. Just a big gaggle of cars, GT, LMP1, LMP2, and unfortunately Dennis got the worst of it all. But Ramon's going to have to be careful with that because that was right on the front end of his car, and these prototypes are so delicate that if you just tap somebody on the front or even the side sometimes, you'll lose probably 4 or 5 miles an hour of top end.
Yeah, that's a tough ordeal there as I go looking for the replay here. Let's look at it one more time. Let me see if I can back out just a little bit here. There's about 6 cars heading into turn 1, and I see Morsetti there, Soderberg's there. I'm not sure who the cars are in front, but you see him coming through turn 1. It looks like Thomas Baez right there. Smolczewski, Merlino's there, and it looks like it just Soderberg got a little bit wrong, locks him up behind Beja, and then Morissette gets into the back of Soderberg. Vera doesn't have anywhere to go, kind of squeezes him in, and there you have it. And that's how it wound up going. But tough break there for Vera and for Morissette. And now, as I'm looking at the gaps in timing and scoring, as I'm back on board with Ramon Vera, it looks like the gap between Morissette and Porter is down to 40 seconds and closing. So it looks like he has some damage because that gap is shrinking a little bit. And now as I look at the gap between Smolczewski and Vera, it looks like it is increasing. So I would say Vera may have some damage as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. These prototypes are so delicate, especially at this point in the race, that if you just breathe on them wrong, you're going to be hurting either in the corners or usually straight line speed is where these things lose a lot of it because they're so aero dependent. But I'm looking on board with Morissette right now, trying to come back around Vera. Looks like he's got plenty of speed still going around the banking.
Yeah, Morissette looks like he's still moving at a pretty good clip. And actually, Vera has actually closed the gap to Smolczewski again down to under 4 seconds. So a little bit of ebbing and flowing there with the traffic, I'm sure. But Vera doesn't seem to have lost too much speed. Or maybe he was just checking his car out to see how it was going to feel. And now he's on the gas again. But both of those guys looking like they're going to be able to continue on fairly well, and maybe challenge for for their positions again, or at least in the case of Vera, maybe challenge the satellite car again for that P2 spot.
And I'm just taking a look at lap times back up front now. Schmieder's still pulling the gap over Mills just a little bit. Last time by, he pulled a full second. But Mills had a whole bunch of traffic to go through. Schmieder basically had a clean lap as he's just coming up on a couple of GT cars into the bus stop right now. That's Noel Hibbard and Colin Pearson, I believe. And we're getting word that our LMP2 leader, Ennis Dowdy, is in the pits. He's sitting there now, so this is going to shake things up in P2 again. Smolczewski and Vera probably going to get around him. They had about 2/3 of a lap lead, so we'll have to see Smolczewski just coming down the back straight now with the R4R car still sitting still on pit road.
User joined your channel.
I'm getting word, Matt. I'd like to welcome Phil Roberts to the booth. Phil, thanks for joining us. What we saw towards the end of your stint there, it looked like the Deuce's car was just really gaining on you, almost like y'all were in separate classes. We know something was wrong with the car, but can you clarify a little bit about what happened? How did all that stuff come about, and why did y'all start losing such a big gap on the clock?
Yeah, well, not sure exactly what it was, but it must have been damage to the car. I felt fine in the infield section, wasn't losing any time at all there. I'd lost about 10k top speed though down the straights, and the engine was revving out, so just losing too much time in a straight line.
Yeah, did you come into contact with any of the other GT cars or anything while you were out there?
A few minor bits of contact, but I don't know if it was before or after that, or whether it was handed over from Rob beforehand. But certainly way off the pace that I was expecting. In practice I've been in 29s, 30s relatively easily, so to be down in 33s, 32s is very disappointing.
Well, from what I saw, you kept it pointed the right way, so at least that you have that to say, because a lot of the people through the night haven't been able to pull that much. Did you notice the drivers getting more tame or more, I guess crazy would be the word, as your stint went on?
I think the blue flag definitely helps a lot. Some of them get out of the way nice and easily, and some of them are quite erratic. By the end of the second stint, I was knowing who to look out for and who to give a bit of a wider berth, but no real complaints about anyone. Definitely good driving out there as far as I could see. The sun's coming up now, so hopefully people will be able to spot people even easier. I can say the car, now Ian's back in, seems to have been repaired a lot better in the pits, and he has found his top speed again, so we're hoping to pull back this gap to the lead again.
Well, Phil, we're definitely glad to hear about that, because you guys have been up, around, or near the front the entire